Good evening. Tonight, hopefully, we're finishing leveling Black Mage. So the game plan is, we're going to be doing some dailies. But we should also hope to do the Mage role quest line in Endwalker, so that we have that done. And when we're finished with that, we have Black Mage finished up and everything, I have a little bit of a vote going on. So for those that are not aware, when I'm polling something on the channel, that's usually something that the members of the channel get to do. And right now we're voting on what healer Smol Caetsu is playing. So if you are a member and go, wait, I haven't voted on that, head on over to the members page of the channel. You should be able to see something there you can vote on. You can also say I don't really care, do nothing. But yeah, we'll see what healer we'll be playing, or if we even have time to pick up a healer by the time we're done tonight. Anyway, hey HK, hey Gazel, hey Gilano, hey Anis Medu, and Kayan, and Josjups. I hope you're all doing very well, and Emir. And Kitsuneko. We need your vote. I want you to vote for a healer. I believe right now the it's a pretty close match between Astrologian and Sage. So if you want to like skew the vote as a member, you can probably do that. 64. Does that mean you have a new venture yet? No. Well then, get out there. I don't think that... Oh, there is actually new gear. Well, too late. You're already on the expedition, despite me being able to see you right here. She's technically not here, everyone. Take my word for it. Wow. Much money. Right. We should start by going to the enclave so that we can get some free cash. Money. Hey Zach, hope you're doing well. Good morning to you. I sure wonder, do you think Kozakra has something to tell me? Is that perhaps a possibility? Yeah, there's him here. It's very difficult to count these numbers together. I'm not super pleased with that. I'm pretty sure that's too many. It's not enough. How much over is it? How much did I overshoot that? Apparently by a lot. Are you... did I get this completely wrong somehow? Okay, so I overshot it by 6 thingies. Specifically. There you go. 100 over. That's fine. I don't care. On behalf of the Smol Caetsu, I thank you for your support. I'm pleased to inform you that we have made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the enclave. Oh boy, what have you done this time? Is it the blacksmith or the paper guy? Which one is it? Can't believe Kai can't do maths. Shucks. The funny thing is, I've been told that, and I've experienced that the better at math you get, the worse you get at calculating in your mind. So that is some bad news. Owing to your many contributions, the yard has seen further development. As you continue to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? Gee, I don't know. 100? What a waste! Well, let's see. If I talk with the basket, there's going to be another cutscene. But if I don't, then the next cutscene happens next time I talk with the basket. So how about we figure that out at a later date? See you later, Kozakura! Hold on to your thanks. So the way I think we'll do it is that we can start on the Mage quest line when we have, like, when we're at level 89, so that we have most of it. Crayon says, how do you have job icons next to names? Is that one of the those add-on things? I do not use any third-party tools. I actually have a guide on this. Let me see if I can find it. This, I've linked the general video on the subject in the chat. For the specifically the role icons next to your name, you go to display name settings under character configuration, general, and click this one. You can even have it in 2 different styles, depending on your preference. But I do not use any third-party tools in game, so if you see me doing something with a UI, then it's because it's in the game. I don't really use third-party tools, both because, well, you know, it's not entirely above board, is it? And also because it means that when you see me do something in game, then you can too. It is quite new. I can't remember if they added it in 6.3 or 6.4. I think it was 6.4. Right, we have those. I think we go to Garlemald first. Annie's Mero says, you ever played with joystick? It could be helpful, a guide to that too. I have not played with a controller, so I don't think my advice would be very helpful on the subject. Generally, if people ask for advice for controller, the best I can do is like general information based on what I happen to know about it. And like, you know, general advice that I just, as I said, happen to know. But the amount of knowledge I have on how to play the game, and especially like knowledge I have on mouse and keyboard setup, is nothing, like, and would not be anything compared to what I know about, I would never be as good with a controller, so I would probably not be a good candidate to make a controller guide on anything. Like, the key difference is that I play with mouse and keyboard all the time, so I just know these things. Whereas I would have to actively choose to play with a controller to even accumulate knowledge on it. But I'm sure it would be helpful. I think there are other channels that make like controller guides and stuff. And as Ymir said, we have some players on the community Discord, which you can find on this link, that know a little bit more about controller setup than I do. Where are these dogs? It said Eblin Rhyme. I feel like I'm completely lost. I was certain they were just outside the base, but they're not. Did I completely miss them? There they are. Where we dropping, boys? Where we dropping? Near dogs. Sharo and Nelva, I believe, play on controller. What do you mean Black Mage has cast times? I didn't have to cast. I barely had to cast things there. If you ignore the part where I opened with Fire 3 and Thunder and all that. Ah, yes. Your target to kill is in Regio Urbanissima, which is I'm pretty sure this means like cut a line around, like a curved line, like here, like through here, like just without the tertium, and then just all this. Like, go and fight them. Good luck. Where would you find? Oh, there's one. Overkill. We just need to find one more. Oh, there's one. I was just about to say Ymir is like my esteem, just jumping into battle, and then Ymir summons esteem. There's two of them. Let's do Lamentorum next. Dang, DPS always pulling the mobs. Kitcheneko says, any info about hunts on 3rd level? Angel is in fights on Elden Ring. Oh, there's nothing special about them. You might find that some of the hunt targets might be unreachable depending on how far you are in the MSQ. But other than that, there's nothing like particularly noteworthy about them. It's just it might be a little higher level. So if you're doing the hunt targets as like under-level job, then it might be a problem depending on the job. Like as you saw, I didn't have much opportunity to demonstrate it, but when our Black Mage was like level 81, we are like back in Shadowbringers leveling, we were able to beat like level close to 80 mobs. Just casually, not easily, but we could with no issues. Even though we were like level 71 or 72. So depending on the job that you're choosing to bring to the fight, it can be difficult. 80 whole mobs? Well, I meant level 80 mobs. Sorry about that. Oh look, some person. Etc. We need a hunter. There's a hunter. Speaking of 80 mobs, oh man, I finally finished my Morgtome farming today. I think I've done like at least 40, if not 50, of the P1 speedruns. You know, the one where you bring 1 tank and 7 DPS. It gets very, very repetitive by construction, but you get the point. The weirdest thing is that I ended up tanking it myself, because the first 2 groups I joined for it, both times, the tank was an absolute lunatic. That would just spin the boss or die randomly because they weren't respecting boss mechanics and stuff like that. So I ended up going, I'll do it myself, I guess. Bob says, what are hunts and why are sacks of nuts a reward? So in A Realm Reborn, you can unlock clan hunts by reaching a certain rank in your Grand Company. When you do those, you're awarded with allied seals. There are, on top of these, like, daily hunts, there's also so-called B rank, A rank, and S rank, and also double S, and I believe triple S rank spawns. The B ranks only give you something if you have like a weekly target for it. The A ranks and S ranks give you something, I believe it's every time you kill them. So there's like, it's pretty organized with some players like planning, making sure that they spawn on time and things like that. It's quite wild. But the point is that the hunts that I'm doing gives some XP and then some other rewards on top. From Heavensward to Stormblood, the hunts give you like a decent amount of experience. You can see like these give 200k experience for beating 3 mobs. Heavensward and Stormblood give something equivalent, like not as much because it's like relative to the power level and like level that you would be at. Wait, we needed supporters. I believe the supporters are on this side, or did I completely mess that up? Yes, I did. Excellent. But in Heavensward and Stormblood, they give Centurio seals, which you can use for some things. The Shadowbringers and Endwalker marks give sacks of nuts. There is no logic. I believe it's supposed to be Kupo nuts, which is something that Mughals really like or something like that, but there's no logic to it because you have to keep in mind that Shadowbringers and Endwalker happens in basically different universes in a way, like relatively speaking. So they might as well not have anything in common. It's quite wild. And I'll not go into detail about the universes thing because I know there's some players that would be spoiled by that. But it's basically just an item that is the reward, and you use those to buy like, the items that they have on offer. Nothing super special about it. . But the reason that we do them, or I do them, is because they give an okay amount of XP. And they're relatively easy to do. If we were to like be super strict on it, since I have like Ymir right here, we could just do roulettes and like queue instantly for that. So there's no reason for me to do them. But I do them because I feel like it's the right way to do it. If I demonstrated like power leveling a job on stream, and then I'm like, oh yeah, so the way that you power level a job is you just bring people to run dungeons with you all day. That I feel like that's you know what I mean? It's not really realistic as a way to like level jobs for most players. So I feel like it's better to do it like this. It's also more fun to like have some variety. So that's why we're doing them, even though it would actually be more effective to just spam the highest level dungeon you have access to. That is, by the way, I believe is that a B rank or an A rank? Gilan. You can see that like it has that special icon there. Cam says, can you help me level because I'm an archer? What? If you have a friend who is a mentor, their mentor buff makes it so that you can actually be in group with a sprout without you just sucking up all of the experience. Which means that you would be able to power level a friend. On the other hand, if you have a friend, its name was Gilan with a Y. If you just have a friend that isn't a mentor, if you hit the mob first and then your friend kills them, you will still get full credit. It's quite weird. But that is technically also a way to quote-unquote power level. It's not really effective. It works better for blue mages because they get a massive XP bonus from open world mobs. Yeah, my point is that I will try to level in a way that most people could do, like without being like, oh yeah, you also need to bring a friend. And then when we get to doing roulettes, then we do some roulettes, and then we don't spam dungeons after that. Kitsuneko says, bring someone to play duty with them the whole day, but it's not possible for everyone. Well, it was more to say, let's say when I was power leveling all jobs in Endwalker, I didn't have people that I could just bring along to do dungeons with me, but I might have that now. But just because I have that option doesn't mean that that it makes sense for everyone, or is possible for everyone. How much does it cost to hire a friend? Alejandro says, I grinded my Black Mage from level 80 to 90 purely through fates. I grinded my Sage primarily through fates, simply because I was grinding the shared fates stuff. And often I would show up to like a fate, and then there just wasn't anyone to do it with me, so I just used a job that was actually capable of finishing the task on their own. Did I apparently missed the turtle. Well, I seem to remember that these tigers are down here to the south. Oh, Kitsuneko, it was not that I needed the A rank, it was just that I passed the A rank. It's called Gilan. And it was like around here. There's another one. Maybe there's a hunt train being started shortly. Also, hey Bardock. This A rank some AR gives around 40 allied seals, if I remember right. That might be correct. I believe part of the reason why people have gotten like less interested in allied seals is because there's like a lot of ways to get allied seals now, especially through Blue Mage. That's true, Alejandro. That is also why, well, that is technically not the reason why our companion here, I am Kisil, is a healer. That was actually something we voted on a long time ago, but fortunately it is a healer. Fortunately. That's true, Madak. I do recommend doing that. Just remember that specifically the clan hunts from A Realm Reborn, so the daily ones that I talked about, they don't really give any meaningful experience. So you don't want to do those. At least not for the experience. Also, Kind says, why is Gridania tensed? Like, is it a weird color? I believe when Odin is spawned in the Black Shroud somewhere, it turns like a weird color everywhere in the Black Shroud. Himia says, I feel like I'm just hired muscle. You're befriended muscle. Oh. More up. There it is. Good thing I was there to tell him to breathe. I'm here for intimidation. If there's any quest that calls for intimidation, Kai brought a friend specifically for that. It's like the Rising event quest where she's like, if you don't stop right now, then my friend, the Warrior of Light, will stop you. Breathing is just a suggestion. Is that another one? I believe that is also one. It's just neutral, so it doesn't attack on sight. Looking at what this thing looks like, going out on a limb here, it's probably down at the water. And now we just need to hand in the quests. I think the part of the reason why Angel tells you to not touch the light server spawns, Kitsuneko, is because the A, S, and so on rank targets, well, first of all, they're not entirely intended to be soloed, and you're level 60 at most. The second thing is that sometimes someone has gone through a lot of effort to summon them and to spawn them, and whether they have or not, there's this whole coordination with the hunt train, so if you know those exist, there's no reason for you to ruin that. How dramatic. The Chaos and Light hunt train, or the Chaos and Light spawners for the hunt trains has beef. Isn't that something? Beef. Wait. Mitato. Oh, there. Why have beef when you can have lamb? Aha! You know what's really interesting with that? Kitsuneko, you're saying that Moogle isn't allowed, quote-unquote, allowed to spawn anything outside their server. How, like, let's say some rando on the internet, not during a stream, of course, but just in my own time went to Moogle and went through the motions of spawning something. Would that then mean that the Moogle spawners would then, out of spite, go to all the other servers and mess with that? You can see how there's a little bit of a problem here, right? Like, that it's very easy for some stranger to just mess with it because it's funny. I'm going to repeat what I said, Kitsuneko. Well, we talked about this on a previous stream. To spawn something, you just need to fulfill the criteria. Anyone can do that. Anyone can do that. You don't have to have special permission from a community to be able to do that. So what I'm saying is, I'm not going to do it, but hypothetically, I could go to Moogle and just go through the motions of spawning something and then killing it before anyone realizes. Do they then cause havoc on all the other servers because some random person that isn't affiliated with anyone did that? Exactly, Kitsuneko, but what I'm saying is more so that would that mean that Moogle would then go and cause havoc on all the other worlds because some rando messed with the order of things? Everyone is disappointed and mad. Fair enough. It's because like when there's beef between people, it isn't unusual for them to not communicate with each other. So it wouldn't have surprised me if Moogle would just go, oh, it's probably someone from this particular other community who's messing with us intentionally or something. So it's good to know that it's just everyone's disappointed, at the very least, instead of total annihilation. Guys, it's hypothetically. Here's the thing. I believe on the last Smol Caetsu stream, we got the details of how to summon one of the, I believe it was an S rank, or was it an A rank on Mare Laventorum. And the way to do it is, once the cooldown period has ended, rather like when like the amount of time has gone, you need to kill 100 of 3 different mobs. That's not something you just do randomly. Especially not just to meme on people. Okay, maybe to meme on people. I'm pretty sure some players would be big enough trolls to do that just to spite others. And be a bot, as Kitsuneko put it. Whoops. Oops. You know, that could totally happen if the mobs in question had like some special drop that you might be interested in farming, right? It could happen. Unlikely, but it could happen. Here we go. Well, that was quick. What do we do now? Roulettes? Is that everything that I had set out to do? Well, we can go to Ratsatan and be ready to start on the Mage questline. Anyway, point is, I'm not saying that I would do that. I'll have you know that I wouldn't mess with something like that. And even if I were, I would not be bothered to kill 100 of 3 different mobs. I think it's very cool that there is like this sort of like community thing. It's just dangerous sometimes because such a community can sometimes forget, and I say sometimes forget, that there are also people that don't even know that it's like a community-driven thing. So they don't even realize that they're doing something wrong by doing it. Oh, Gilano's here. Secret Agent Gilano. Like, the way that I discovered that hunt trains even exist was, I think it was back in Shadowbringers. I randomly saw a hunt mark in Heavensward area. I think it was in Shadowbringers. It might even have been like super late Stormblood. And I just thought, that's interesting. I wonder if I can kill it. And then just started fighting it. It took a while, so I didn't actually kill it before someone walked up to me and sent me a tell like, hey, can you not do that? Can you wait for people? And I'm like, oh, okay, then I didn't know that was a thing, and like stepped away and let it reset. But after that exchange, the person invited me to like a link shell and everything, so that I now knew that it was a thing. But the point is that if you don't know, then you can't do anything about it, right? Then it's just, people make mistakes. Anyway, we're going to do a leveling roulette. I'm guessing Jelano would like to join. If there's anyone in the chat that would also like to come along, please let me know. And make your way to Alpha Light so that we can bring you along. I'm pretty sure Jelano can flex roll if need be. But we'll see what we have when we're there. Not necessarily ecumenical. We just do leveling roulette, and then we get the lowest, then we get the dungeon that we can get. Better to have someone than not have someone. Kain says I'm on the free trial. That shouldn't change anything either. Kitsuneko is as well. On the free trial, you cannot invite others to your party, but you can be invited to parties. So you just need to tell me my free trial account is in A Realm Reborn. Still no problem. So to join for leveling roulette, just to be absolutely clear, to join for leveling roulette, you have to satisfy the following requirements. Be on an EU server. And when you open this menu, this one has to be there. That's it. That's the only requirements. You have to be on EU, so you can come to Alpha Light. And you can even be on Chaos. You just have to hop out to characters to the character select screen and then right-click your character name over on the right and use data center travel to hop on over, and you can still join. So all you have to do is tell me that you want to come, and come on over. Then you'll come along. 26th in queue. Nope, sounds like Kitsuneko's coming. And Gazel's here as well. Now we have 3. See, that's why you say something when you want to join. Did I not add Kitsuneko? I'm pretty sure Smol Kai has seen Kitsuneko. Did I just not add? Or am I blind? It looks like Kitsuneko is summoner, is that right? Gilano, can you heal? Thank you. That's true, Zach. We are still waiting for worldwide data center travel for now. Alright, Guyan. Thank you. I don't know why it is that what it is with you guys and being like, oh, I'm too low level. You need to be level 16 to do leveling roulette. That's the only requirement. You just have to choose a job that is level 16 or above, and then you're good. Then we'll just deal with the fact that we have to do Sastasha. I don't care. We're just playing. But then genuinely, I don't have like some strict requirement that you have to be high level. I get what you mean, Gasly. If I remember correctly, the XP difference between getting like a level appropriate dungeon and like getting a low level dungeon in leveling roulette is relatively small, because the XP awarded from the leveling roulette itself is actually adjusted to like make up the difference, so that people aren't like, so that people are not motivated to try and game the system to make sure that you get like a specific level dungeon or something. So it's generally like a minor detail. I think the limited leveling roulette, like, yeah, it gives you a little bit more experience to get the highest possible like dungeon you could get, but it's minor and we'll be fine. I already benefited from being able to run with you guys so that I didn't have to sit in queue for 5 to 10 minutes. So like, that's also like a factor. So it'll be fine. But I appreciate the concern. Some might feel bad if we get Ifrit from leveling roulette, but I believe that is a big difference. I think the reason why that one is significantly different is because the XP is also somewhat related to how long you're in there. So, because Ifrit takes no time. But you're right. That would be a little bit of a shame, but I wouldn't mind. Like, if I say, if you're level 16 or above, you can join if you're an EU data center, then I mean that. And then you don't have to think further than that. I've already considered the downsides and upsides. If I wanted to be sweaty, try-hard power leveling, then I probably wouldn't be streaming it. Like, then I would just like sit in my own time and just grind through it. So the only focus here is that we're having fun. So hopefully you're having fun. smash cut to like the entire live chat just being, not really. Not really. Uh-oh. Also, hey Fila, I hope you're doing well. Those ice bolters are so weird. Just mass spawning ads that barely get to do anything. So did you know that a gunbreaker can actually solo this dungeon synced? Thank you, me. I'm glad to hear that. You're having fun. That's good. The Heavensward leveling period of Black Mage is so strange. You have like almost the toolkit you should have at higher level, but then not really. You don't have B4 or F4, it's just almost everything. Like everything is almost right with the world. Oh boy. Very nice. I miss the old version of that boss. There wasn't that much more to it, but the green blob, we just never get to see it nowadays. Although I suppose you didn't get to see it much before the rework either. Ow! Apparently that true damage or unique damage can crit. Wow! That's a lot of damage. Don't tank those. Why would I do that? That looks like a very argumentative dragon. The Ergo Dragon. Zach says, I'm solo building my free company. That sounds like a lot of work. I remember when I started my free company with Aria, and Zip at some point, you know, we built a little free company. We had a period where while we could technically buy some of those actions, we didn't really have the the income of company seals that it felt like it was something that we could actually do. Like, we didn't have the excess of it to just throw them on company actions. Oh, nice. Not nice. My ley lines. Yeah, I had a feeling. Are you? Oh, okay. Relax. There's 3 of them on top of me. By the way, pro tip, if you're a mage or a ranged physical, use limit break to hit both wings for big damage. Oh, okay. I was getting ready to run from the proximity AoE, and then the boss just died. Yeah, that's true, Zach. The hard part, what's hard on my part is saving up to buy a house. That can also be brutal, depending on like how much money you have to work with, like privately as well. Like my free company, we are a few that have like a medium house, and the FC has medium house, but I have a large house. And the reason why it is like that was, well, because I had the opportunity to get a large house, and we didn't really need anything bigger than a medium house. But if we did, then the way we've done it previously is that the leadership in the FC actually like piles money together to pay for the house together as a group. That's how we did it with the medium house. Technically, Scholar is a mage. Should I hit limit break? Probably not. Gazel says, it isn't obvious from reading the tooltip, but ley lines focus enemies' attacks into itself. Yet actually says, like, you can see, like, this empty part here, like, right over my head, like, see up here, yeah, it actually says with like invisible ink, it actually says magnetizes boss mechanics to the ley lines. Next roulette we will do is 50, 60, 70, 80. That is not the most XP efficient one, but it's a fun one, so we'll do that next. Yeah. Imagine remembering to put on the XP earrings. Yeah, the thing in my experience, Zach, is that if you want to save up for like a really big house in Final Fantasy XIV, either you need to have like to have the money to spare to just throw on a house, like a really big house. You either need to have like a lot of money, like that you make easily, like you have some sort of like money strategy, so you have tons of money to spare. Or you need to have some sort of passive income in the game that makes it relatively manageable to just eventually have the money. So like either you need a way to like make a ton of money really quickly, which typically results in you just having a lot of money on hand, or you need to have like a way to like gradually make the money so that you look at 50 million and go, it's a lot of money, but I can make it back, no problem. By the way, Gazel, did you want to join for 50, 60, 70, 80 roulette? Gazel, Gazel, Gazel. Sure. It was Gilano that offered to switch places specifically. It wasn't me just randomly going, hey, make space for the next contestant or something like that. It was, we're both in on it. James Newman says, I made my first 5 million by doing nothing but standing in front of the market board for a week and buying and selling. No crafting at all. You don't need to. Flipping is a strategy. You just need to know what works and what doesn't work. Ah, yes. Level 50 dungeons. As you know, Art of War is a gain on 1. But yeah, you don't even need a craft or anything. It's just a matter of knowing what sells and what doesn't. Most of the money that I make on my main is almost what you could call flat out passive. Like, I make a few specific items that I know sell. And then I just like use my island sanctuary to just print dye that I then sell. Like, that is pretty much all of the money that I'm making. And because I don't use very much money, it makes it look like I'm making bank because I keep having more money. But it isn't always easy to know if someone who has a lot of money knows some sort of big, like, money trick. Because the thing is that a significant amount of players have, like, a significant enough amount of players who have a lot of money, they just make, like, a private free company, develop a workshop, and then they use tricks from the workshop, and it's not like they necessarily have discovered a trick, because there's guides for this at this point, to just make that print money for them. So when they have several million gil, it's not necessarily because they did anything particularly spectacular, it's just they did the thing, and they were lucky enough to win a house. So you can't be sure. So don't feel bad if you see others with a lot of money and go, well, I couldn't possibly make that much money, because you can't be certain how much effort they put into getting all that money. And if you're having fun with the game, well, I mean, you're still winning, right? Oh, a Thundercloud proc. And a Firestarter proc. Mm. And that fire started proc came just late enough that I started to get worried that I had to walk. Madak says, I prefer to have an apartment rather than a house, since I don't have a subscription timer. That's true. Part of the reason why houses have this timer where if you don't use it, you lose it eventually, that is simply because as there is a limited amount of housing space, for some reason, it would be weird if, like, as people leave, like, quit the game, you just have these, like, abandoned city, like abandoned town squares with no one there, like just dead buildings. Like, it would be a waste. And the counter argument to that is, of course, well, they could just have it not be like a physical location in the game so that it isn't a problem. But the thing is, in MMOs, like I remember WildStar had that basically infinite amount of housing space because each house was just in its own instance. But your only reason to visit was like to just look at houses. That is actually the same problem in Final Fantasy XIV. You don't really have any reason to visit anyone's house other than actively going there for the sake of looking at houses. So unless you like plan some sort of activity to do at your house, no one has any reason to visit. So if you're not like, if you don't have like specific motivations or plans to do anything with the house, healer's dead. If you don't have any particular plans to do anything with the house, then there's no reason to like break your back trying to make enough money to be able to buy one. It doesn't matter. Like, if you want to have a house and use it for something, go for it. But there's no reason to like grind and grind and grind to get a house if you're not that interested in it, right? And that was good recovery. I wasn't sure if we were gonna live that, but it seems like everyone used their toolkit to the max. And I was a black mage, so all I could do was attack. And there's the axe. What are you doing, gunship? What are you doing, step gunship? You know, Zach, there's also the benefit of getting a smaller house is that if you have a large house, you need you need a lot of furniture for it to not look empty. So, like, not only not only is the building more expensive, but to fill the building itself with stuff, you need a lot more money to buy stuff to fill it with. So it becomes exponentially more expensive to have. I can't even remember how long it's been since I bought my large. And I'm not sure if it's finished. Like, there's still some space in the, like, at the entrance where there's just, like, some random stuff. Because we weren't entirely sure what to put there, and when I say we, it's because Zeb and Ari has been helping me with furnituring it. Unk. Look, it's our boy, Midgardsorme. The man, the legend, the dragon. The dragon. Whoa, the dragon. The big dragon. Imagine putting up Thunder 3 and then going a full dot with not a single Thundercloud proc. Could you imagine? I had a feeling I had miscalculated that. But at least I had a barrier for when he hit me with disgust. He was so disgusted by me being hit by the boss mechanic that he just hurt me by being disgusted. Not my most stellar performance on this boss, let's just say. Ow. 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 Well, not that ow, when you really think about it. A scholar can solo that. It's over 9,000. It's over 9,000. I think we've got like a fourth of a level for that. Whoops. Celine adjusted. Thank you, Stoner Steve. Really appreciate it. I'm really glad that you enjoy the content. Thank you so much. Nice name. Right. We're doing trial roulette next. If you still wanted to join up, Kine, I don't know, Kine, if you have trial roulette. So just to reiterate, so we're doing some 8-man content now. If you have a character on the EU data centers and you would like to join, all you have to do is have trial roulette unlocked and then come to Alpha Light. If you are on the Chaos data center, simply log out to the character selection screen, right click your name, like up in the top right, and use data center travel. And then you can visit Alpha Light. Just let me know if you're coming so that we know to wait for you, so I don't just queue without you. And give it a moment so everyone that has an opportunity to join have a chance to think and go, yeah, I actually do want to play with Kai, he looks fun. Got no character on level 50. Oh, well, that's a shame. Sip said, I think the basement is more or less done. I just want to blend the weird rich school pond I added into the area a bit better. And maybe make the hall feel more lived. Yet it's a little funny that we ended up with this really massive school pond in the basement. But that was Sip was inspired. That's what we went with. A bit on the nose. I guess it's just the 5 of us then. Did you get disconnected, Kitsu? I'm telling you, it's going to be wild the day that we have worldwide data center travel. It's going to be absolutely ridiculous when that happens. That's going to be a cause for celebration, at least on this channel, because I know there's a lot of NA people that just can't join for things. I think... Is that right, Kitsuneko? Did your game crash or did you lose internet? Should we wait for you? You're on the way back. Okay. Then we wait. If you use macros, I'll put my NA ways aside and just get macroed. Well, most of the content we do, like, on stream on this channel is mostly, like, more casual content. So usually we don't get to the point where we need crazy macros, but if we do like extremes, then it's going to be macros. Like that's the tradition on EU. and it is the way that I find the easiest. But there is a difference between just being like strict only macros and, you know, taking a moment to explain the mechanics so everyone's on the same page. The big benefit, and I've talked about this because I have a guide on how to get started on Savage raiding, where I like talk about what you can expect if you haven't raided before, because one of the scary things about Savage raiding is you don't know what to expect. Like, you don't know if you're prepared, so go over all the things you need to prepare. How to find a group, what to do, and then how are tactics shared, where the tactics are usually shared either by macro or the marker dance. So I go over both. And just for anyone curious, I've never actually seen the marker dance. I had to like put it together from context clues from what other people have said, and apparently based on the response, the marker dance I demonstrated was pretty accurate. I don't do I have the, I should have some, I think I do have some old macros. Maybe that'll do. Like, here's a macro for Ruby Weapon back in Shadowbringers. It looks a lot more chaotic than it really is. I can just I can paste it so that you can see it. I'll just paste it in party chat, and then like this, and then go like this. And you can see it doesn't look that bad. It has this weird thing with the right side as well for some reason. But it gives like a huge amount of information of the information that you need for the boss fight. But the thing is that the macro will not actually explain what you need to do. You need to understand the boss beforehand, and then the macro just tells you how to do things. So Kitsureko and Ymir writes in-game, what is that? So when you're doing hard content, there's a lot of mechanics that you just have to deal with, like dodge that telegraph, do this. But when there is something that needs to be dealt with in like a certain way, like imagine like 4 soaks that needs to be soaked at once, and you need 2 people in each of them, but they all resolve quite quickly and at the same time. Just as a random example, the only way to make sure everyone gets there on time is by saying, okay, you go on the northwest one, you go on the northeast one, or whatever, right? So you have to like agree on this, and the way that the macros work is that each person like just says what spot they want. There's 2 tank spots, 2 healer spots, 2 melee spots, and 2 ranged spots. And if you have an extra ranged or an extra melee, they just have to take the other DPS spot. It's a little confusing once when you haven't gotten acquainted with it yet, but it's relatively approachable. Right, let me just do another ready check because I didn't actually start. Says I just brute force all of it. You can't do that on Savage content. Like, you genuinely, you can't do that. Not unless it's like old unsynced content, and that's also why I say we usually don't use like don't need macros for the casual streams that we do sometimes of like mount farming and stuff, because we can sort of plot through it. And brute force light rampant. Exactly. Go for it. Hmm. I'm just going to say how this boss works because I saw Kitsuneko mess it up as well. Don't know if it's like missed it. When someone gets the horrified or terror debuff that Gelano has right now, the only way to save them is the circle AoE. You have to stand so that the person with the debuff gets hit by the circle AoE. Otherwise, they're stuck there for like 40 seconds even. You can see how Gelano comes to me here. And it doesn't matter if the person gets hit by like 3 or 4 of them even. It's not going to kill you. But yeah, the strategy for that mechanic is that. Now you know. Now you know. It's like one of those mechanics where if there's enough people in the raid that knows the mechanic, then you will never learn it. So that's why I'm going over it. So that you know for next time. Not to like go, oh, you messed it up. Do we have any beams yet? So if you get a beam between you and someone else, you need to pick up one of you needs to pick up 3 of the orbs to get rid of it. And you need to get rid of it because while the beam holds, both of you take damage every time you cast. This is like the masterclass for Kitsuneko specifically. just gets all of the mechanics. Kitsuneko is going to be a master of Final Fantasy XIV by the time that they get to max level. Where is Kitsuneko? There. Let me just come over in case I get the circle thing. Well, that is Ramu. Do you have more circles? Was that it? Just the one? Well then. But that was well done. You got the beam mechanic. That is actually the harder one often. Yeah, often I see people just randomly dying to that mechanic on Ramu because they just ignore it and hope it'll just go away. So very good. Yeah, I didn't mean to like single you out, Kitsuneko. It was more that I saw you making a like not reacting to it, and that was like spurred me into going, oh nah, I think I have to explain this one. Nothing else. Yeah, Zach, I agree. The music in Final Fantasy XIV is excellent. That is also a much better way to go about it, Kitsuneko. Instead of saying sorry for messing up, say thank you for being patient with me, for example. Instead of throwing the blame on you, just give it an opportunity to thank the other person. That is better for everyone. It means you don't feel as bad, and they feel good instead. Right. Then we have I think we're doing Alliance raid next. Well, it's going to be Crystal Tower still. Yep. Yazel said wait. I think we'll also do main scenario roulette. So like squeeze all of the experience we can. But we'll do that last. And of course only with people that actually want to do it. Don't want to hold anyone hostage. Labyrinth of the Ancients. Oh. See, it's getting a little dark in my room. I'll have to turn on some lights after this one. If anyone remembers and I don't, please do remind me after this alliance raid. Just say something about the lights in the camera or something. I don't remember the cutscene start here being so long. Do we even have any more mage helpful food? Not really. Alpha needs light. Hello. Bruh. Guess we just don't get to cast Flare then. It's too slow. It's too slow. Whoa. That is a big tail slap. Just half of the room. Hello. Who needs sprint, am I right? Just teleport to others. Just outsource the running part. It's very smart. It works until it doesn't work. And you get a thunder. You know what? You get a thunder. And you get a thunder. And you get a thunder. Oh, look! Thundercloud proc. Just a one. I got one. I put thunder on everything and got one proc. Just the one. Zach says, I have a question. As a dancer, if there's not another dancer in party, who should my dance partner be? Well, if there is another dancer in your party, like in a raid setting, then you should not necessarily have the other dancer as your dance partner. In fact, optimally, it's better to like dance the partner up with someone who isn't a dance partner due to how things like devilment doesn't stack. Typically, melee DPS tends to be a good choice, but any DPS is fine. It can be difficult to determine, like, on a whim, who the better DPS is. There's someone, it's pretty funny, there's someone in the chat who's calling to get the Bone Dragon out of the middle. But I happen to know from Gazel that on the Japanese data center, they don't even move the Bone Dragon out of the middle. Like, they maybe move it over to the edge of the inner circle, but that's pretty much it. And they kill it just fine. But because the tradition everywhere else is to move the dragon out of the center, if anything, like, if they take more damage than usual, the blame is always on the dragon is in the center. Zach says, I heard Reapers first, but I don't know who would be the better DPS, like you just said. Let's see. The rough priority is at max level is Samurai, Ninja, Monk, Reaper, Black Mage, Dragoon, Summoner, Red Mage, Machinist, Bard, and then the other dancer. That is like the rough thing, but the problem is that practically it's the one who does the most damage. Like, that's really the one you want to dance partner, is one who does the most damage. But at the start of a boss fight, you don't know who's doing the most damage, so you can't really do anything about that. But the rule of thumb is give it to the samurai if there's a samurai. If they then go on to play terribly badly, then maybe you should pass it on to someone else. Part of the reason why Samurai is high priority is because Samurai is a selfish DPS, which means that they get, like, their DPS is unrelated to, like, raid buffs, or less related to raid buffs. So if you give it to them, they're going to get slightly more value out of it than a Reaper, for example. And the reason why Samurai is prioritized over, say, a Machinist or Black Mage is because of this thing called ranged tags. Ranged jobs tend... Oh, there's not 4 on blue. Yeah, it's because of this ranged tags that Black Mage and Machinist, like, if we assume that the Machinist, the Samurai, and the Black Mage plays equally well, like, perfectly equally well, then the Samurai should win by, like, a tiny amount. But practically, a lot of the time, it boils down to, well, who has the better gear and who's playing more efficiently, like, who's actually performing better. And that's why I'm saying, well, it doesn't really matter what the official priority is, because what ultimately matters is who's actually stronger. Beamy Poem says, isn't it about Dancer's devilment boosting auto crits on Samurai's edges as well? That is a detail, I would say. The thing is that I'm pretty sure, I can check this after the Alliance raid, but I'm pretty sure Samurai has the highest potential personal damage. I think we need to heal the magic pot. I think we need to heal it. It's going to die. It's going to die. You can heal the magic pots. Well, we got it. Despite everything. But I can check after this, Beamy Poem, but the thing is that while Samurai's auto crits gain value from devilment, the thing is that the way that works is that the auto crits compensate for them not being able to, you know, benefit from the crit naturally. So, I mean, it's slightly more consistent than, like, putting the devilment on a black mage, for example, because the black mage has to randomly be lucky and get, like, a Xenoglossy crit, whereas Midare Setsugeka is always going to crit. So that's, like, safer, you could say. But I'm pretty sure that it is, like, a combination of things. It's not actually, like, yes, it's also the auto crit thing, but Samurai would have Prio despite that, is what I'm trying to say. It's very red. Oh, that explains a lot, Kitsuneko. I noticed that the magic pot was getting very, very small heals. I'm not entirely sure if it does anything, but I'm pretty sure that the buff that allows you to attack the boss is granted by the magic pot. So I would assume that if it's busy being dragged into the boss while it isn't at full HP, it won't be able to give you the buff. But I didn't exactly see whether B got their buff, and I'm guessing they did. Zach says, I gotta know why is Shadowbringer's dungeon boss fight music so good. I don't know, I feel like they changed, like, style. Like, they went for, like, they moved over to, like, a more, like, rock style of music. And I think they've, like, carried that over to Endwalker as well for a lot of it. And I think that has been, like, a pretty good evolution of the music in the game. I sure wonder if people will be killing the Iron Giant, or just let it go rampant on the meteor rocks that we need to survive. I'm the tank now. Ow. Ow. Another Iron Giant. Well, I'm not tanking that one. I refuse. I don't have more barriers. Exactly, Jeff. It's really weird that it's like, of all things, in Labyrinth of the Ancients, at least in the West, so EU and NA, we've just decided the dragon in the first boss room, you pull that all the way to Narnia for no particular reason, and then the new kids on the block thing is just ignore the bombs in the fight leading up to Behemoth. Just ignore them. It'll be fine. We'll just die. Don't worry about it. And then on Behemoth, don't attack anything else than Behemoth. And then people are like sitting there scratching their heads when the meteor things or comets just disappear in front of them and you just wipe because 90% of the raid died to the comet just poofing out of existence. I wonder how that happened. And then you just like have the camera slowly pan to the Iron Giant having cleaved it into two. It's pretty funny. Especially when, as Jeff puts it, we have tanks for that. Like, we have extra tanks to do it. Crap. Uh-oh, I'm going to get hit. Nice rescue. But I have genuinely been in groups where people are like sitting there confused how the comet disappeared. I'm going to get hit again. I didn't. Nice. And that sounds about right, Rello. That part of the reason that it happens like this is because pretty much everyone has just given up thinking that it could be a challenge. Are you kidding me? Why? What did I do? Why me? All three Iron Claws grabbed me specifically. Why? Well, reach level 89. That means that we should be able to grab a gear set in Charlian. Don't forget the lights. Thank you. I will grab the armor and then I'll be right back and I will turn on the lights on the way. Thank you for reminding me. You should always stand in melee range so that you don't get grabbed. The reason why I'm not standing in melee range is because that would mean I'd have to stop attacking. Anyway, I will be right back, and then we will continue. Alright, I'm back. You get Iron Claw each time because you're perfectly bite-sized for Iron Claw. Ah. Smart. We could use this, but I feel like we'd need to dye it, and we can't do that yet. So what we can do is... well, actually we need to equip this as well. Whoop. And... there we go. You can get the big hat when we can dye it. I think we're doing... wait, did someone leave? Or am I just remembering poorly? Oh, right. Never mind. Ymir left earlier. I need to spend some poetics. I feel like we... didn't we spend some last time? I feel like we did. Or did they just talk about it? Could have sworn. What? Weird. Kitsuneko says, does Idleshare not have weapons or poetics? They do, but it's on a different vendor for some reason. I guess I didn't. I guess I just talked about it. There. That's also why Kitsuneko that a lot of people just recommend talking to the blue pouch vendors, the Sundry Splendors ones, because they have it all more neatly organized. Strange. I could have sworn I had bought some. Oh well. Let's get this. Hello. And this. And I think we're fine for now. Right, we're doing MSQ Roulette next. So, if there's anyone who doesn't want to sit through more MSQ Roulette, then you're welcome to just skip that in the party if you'd rather not. Yeah, I also see Gasolis be right back. I'll wait for him. Steve says all of my poetics are still going to Heavensward relics. Not surprising. If I remember correctly, I calculated you needed like tens of thousands of poetics to do that. Potentially, at least. Potentially tens of thousands. If you do it with just poetics. 54,000. That's ridiculous. I think I calculated it to less, but it doesn't sound unreasonable for some reason compared to what I saw. But as I said before, both to Zach and Rello, I think for over a year we've talked about how it's going to be an incredible day when we have worldwide data center travel. The interesting thing is that we've been told by the developers and Yoshi P himself that they have it. Like, I believe they've said that it's literally just like, it's there, they just have to like flip a switch and then it's there, but they're scared of the social aspects of suddenly having worldwide data center travel. And I can understand that, given that some people have complained that with like regional data center travel, what happens, for example, is that one of the data centers becomes the raiding data center, and if you're not on that one, then you have to go and travel to the data center to do your party finder savage raiding. And that's a little bit annoying. And it would be even worse if worldwide data center travel had the same effect. Could you imagine? Oh yeah, if you're an EU player, then sucks to be you, because you'll have to play on NA for the bad connection. But otherwise you can't find people to play with. And yeah, you could just find an EU team, but it's more the principle, right? If everyone goes to a specific data center on a specific region to find their groups, then there's no reason to like go, okay, so how many is EU in the party? How many is NA? Okay, how many is from Japan? Okay, so the majority is in this region, so let's travel there so that the least amount of people have trouble. And then the monk goes, actually, I can't play if I have a bad connection, so we have to stay here. And then you have problems, right? Then it becomes like, okay, so who's the least impacted by lag? And that also kind of sucks. Right. Do we have anyone who's willing to tank, actually? Otherwise we have some problems. No, we have a tank. It's okay. And which one are we getting? This is Castrum, right? I get Castrum so often that I'm always confused whether it's Castrum or Praetorium I get, because I can't remember exactly the cutscene for Praetorium. And another flare. Waboom! Can't really set up Thunder here, because if we do that, then we don't actually have enough MP for the flare itself. Don't want to do that. If I remember correctly, these mobs die really quickly. There's no reason to set up dots on all of them. Oh, that's a laser on me. It's a laser on me. That's true, Steve, but there's actually a lot of opportunities for the mobs to become a problem. I discovered that when I soloed it with Scholar, that if you leave the mobs, like if you just leave them alone, all of the humans, well, the hero guys, like just the regular soldiers, if you ignore them, they get really mad. They actually have an enrage, and they do like 5 times more damage if you just leave them. I soloed this fight with Scholar. It was not easy to do it synced, but yeah, I did it. I think we can ignore them this time, though. Hypothetically, we could. There's nothing bad in being safe. That warrior, I think that's Wrath Games. So he does, like, he plays through Final Fantasy XIV from the beginning with a new character soloing everything. I'm like I do like bi-weekly streams of soloing content on my main. So what we do is we do it synced, or whatever difficulty is reasonable, so to speak. So like I'll adjust accordingly, but I'll always try to make it as difficult as possible while still being possible. Like the other day we went and did things like the vault synced. But to solo Castrum Meridianum, I'm pretty sure that I was told by the people that are more in the community, so to speak, of soloing like that I was the first one to solo Castrum Meridianum synced as opposed to unsynced. And I did it with Scholar. But the thing is that I soloed it like in 2 parts, because the problem is that the black Eft is the difficult one, and you need luck. In my experience, you need luck to beat it. Like, I beat it by having like lucky ad locurium crits on the Scholar. At least that was my perspective on the thing. And I reached just before the final boss, and then I ran out of time. So on a separate stream, we went back in. I got help to like get to the final boss to see like if I hadn't wiped like 3 or 4 times on the Black Eft, would I have had enough time to beat the final boss? And we came to the conclusion, like we calculated it and figured that, yeah, you can do it. Like it's actually possible, but I didn't do it in one sitting, so technically I didn't solo it from start to finish, right? That's the story. Have you done 08S solo? It's just possible. It's just possible now with Warrior. I haven't done that. I have not done that, but it wouldn't surprise me if you could, given that we managed to cheese some mechanics, like back in the first, I believe, like back in the first raid tier of Endwalker. I believe we did it for, we did 08S 4-man with no issues, just cheesing mechanics with barriers. But yeah, I haven't done it. Sip says, didn't we do 08S or was it? Well, you're saying 012. we did both of them. 012S, the phase 1 has a mechanic where yes, a paladin can cheese it by just using invuln on the limit cut style mechanic. But yeah, the thing is, Steve, while the Castrum Meridianum runs were done in 2 parts, the 2 parts were like done in such a way that we calculated in reverse and found that I lost, I believe it was 24 minutes on wiping twice, or wiping like 4 times, I believe, on the Black Eft. But the final boss took like 18 minutes. I believe it was 18 minutes. So technically, if I hadn't wiped, I would have finished with like 6 minutes to spare. So that's why it's like, yes, it can be done. Like, you can actually solo Castrum Meridianum. It's just that you need to be lucky on the first boss. And yeah, that kind of sucks, because it becomes a little bit of a speed run in a way. Two Magitech Colossi. 2 of them. You would need item level 70. Oh yeah, we calculated that as well. The stat line that I had from being, you know, item level 600 and something, and then getting synced down to level 50, my stats were like only slightly higher than the stats you could get if you were like legitimately level 50 and had to beat Castrum Meridianum to progress. Like, I only had slightly, ever so slightly more stats. But the key thing is that it's still luck. Like, it's still just down to luck whether you get the crits or not. And it could just as well be lucky crits on your attacks. But yeah, we calculated it because, like, people came in and was like, how did you do that? And showed off my gear, and we talked about how would it have looked if I had, like, quote-unquote legitimate level 50 gear. How would it have been different? But the thing is, you can get pretty much best in slot, quote-unquote best in slot for the for Castrum Meridianum before you have beaten it. You can do that. It's just that getting synced down is, like, slightly better, I believe. Like, very, very slightly better. Mainly because you're very limited in your gear options. Because there's only one set at the appropriate item level that you can make. And that gear set doesn't have perfect itemization. Like, it's not perfect. Wait. There you go. But yeah, generally, the way that I go about soloing content on this channel is more so to like see if it can be done. And we typically don't stay on a fight longer than me going, can it be done or not? And instead of like trying to push it to the limit, if I evaluate that I don't think it can be done, then I'll usually like move on if I don't think there's a reasonable chance. That of course led to something like, for example, I said I don't think Zmail Darkhold can be soloed. Wrath Games did it. So it can be done. So sometimes it is possible, but for me it's not necessarily about like beating all of the content. It's more so like the entertainment value. Like we're having fun with it. And if it stops being fun, then there's no point in continuing. Sit for now at P1N. I mean, the thing is that with P1N you have so many tools that it is absolutely possible to do it. I would like, if I know it can be done or I can see that it is doable, then I would sit through it. When we're doing low level content like this solo, what you'll discover is that often whether it can or cannot be done is discovered very quickly. Because typically the boss will overwhelm you with damage if it cannot be done. And even if I say it cannot be done, then I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve before I give up. So it's not like I'm going, well, my first idea didn't work. I'll try a bit of different things. I'll also often try that minimum item level first if I think it can be done, but there's a big difference between doing that and the shenanigans I've seen. The trick to Zmail Darkhold was absolutely ridiculous. Here we go. So just to demonstrate what the trick was to Zmail Darkhold, if this was the final boss, the trick that Wrath Games discovered to do it is... so I've talked about this in like videos before, but mobs actually waste time turning to face you. So, like, if you're running around a mob while tanking it, it will waste time turning to face you before smacking you. And if you run away from mobs, they won't actually start chasing you until they're like, oh right, I have to auto-attack again. Get back here, you! Which means that you can make mobs do less damage to you by just running away. And if you run away and then step in and then run away, like you just like you do a GCD and then you walk away and then you come back in for your next GCD, you can reduce the amount of hits they get somewhat. Very useful for Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High and things like that, indeed. And very useful if you're dying. Like, just recently I did the Snow Cloak with Gelano, so that's Aradel here, healing me, and I was going in as Paladin, I believe. Did a mega pull, like a ridiculously big pull, and then at the end I was like, oh yeah, defensive cooldowns, I don't have any more of those. And then I just started running in circles to kite the mobs, and somehow we survived. Probably more so because of Gelano's healing than my kiting, but it was better than just going, well, guess I'll die then. But the reason why this is significant is because the final boss in Zmail Darkhold has a ranged attack and hits like a freight train with its tank busters that have no warning, and it just smacks you for a lot of damage in general. Usually the way that Scholar can solo content is because it can kite everything, because Ruin 2 is instant, so you can just run away from things. That's how I soloed Aurum Vale, for example, just kiting everything. But because the boss in Zmail Darkhold has a ranged attack, it doesn't really care. So it'll just shoot at you instead. So what Wrath Games discovered is that if you run around the boss like this, well, I actually think I need to set it like this to demonstrate it somewhat. Like you have to run around the boss in a perfect circle. So this isn't actually good enough. It has to be like a perfect circle. So like imagine a controller with like the stick just spinning the boss perfectly all the time. By doing that, he reduced the amount of damage the boss did to a point where he could tank it with Warrior. Now the thing is, I play on a keyboard, so I can't, like, the only way I would be able to do that is if I like ran around like constantly, like just spinning and becoming sick because I'm spinning the camera. And I wouldn't be able to do that. So I just said I can't do it. So I just said I can't do it, but clearly it is possible because someone else did. I give up. And then we moved on. I actually went in with Blue Mage to demonstrate how easy it would have been to do it with Blue Mage. Because Blue Mage can easily do it. The final boss isn't immune to missiles, so you can actually kill it before it even gets to do all of its mechanics. But yeah, Scholar turns out to be incredibly overpowered for soloing content. If a tank hasn't been able to do something in my journey to solo content, then Scholar has been the strongest second choice. The only dungeon that So the only content on the way up that we had to give up was Bravelock's Long Stop. Couldn't solo that, not even with Scholar. And the Male Darkhold, I couldn't do it, I gave up. I don't think I ever went to try with Scholar, I just concluded that Scholar wouldn't have an advantage because the boss can shoot. We soloed Castrum Mirianum. I believe we did Praetorium with Blue Mage because Gaius has a DPS check, and even Blue Mage can synced find it mildly difficult to meet that DPS check. So Scholar, no chance. We also did Snowcloak with Scholar, and we did Keep of the Lake with Scholar. The reason why Scholar is so powerful for soloing is simply because Scholar can just spam heal. Just spam heal through it all. Like just add Lucurium when the boss isn't attacking. That would be fun for the second boss. Which one? In Keep of the Lake. Oh, I think the funniest part was that we realized on the final boss that Midgard's armor does not auto-attack. Because I wouldn't have been able to take its tank buster or its multi-stack marker if it wasn't for the fact that it doesn't auto-attack. Yeah, oh yeah, and also in Heavensward we couldn't solo the Aerie. We went in with Warrior, but the final boss cannot be soloed with a Warrior. Or any regular job because of the stun lock. There's no way to do it. We didn't do it, but we also tried soloing Wanderer's Palace at minimum item level with Scholar. In case you're wondering, no, it cannot be done. Not at minimum item level. Maybe synced? Maybe? I don't think so, but maybe. But the reason why there's no chance doing it minimum item level is because, if I remember correctly, I don't have Wanderer's Palace on this character, so I can't check. But I believe the average, the minimum item level for Wanderer's Palace is like 50. Whereas if you just do it synced, you get like item level 110. So you might be able, you can kill one mob at a time in Wanderer's Palace, but you won't be able to reach the final boss. You won't be, I don't think you will even be able to reach the first boss before the time runs out, because it takes several minutes to kill one mob. And you have to like use cheese strats to pull the mobs one at a time, because you can't survive 2 mobs attacking you. Yeah, Giolano says average, minimum item level is 45 and synced is 110. That is also part of the reason why in Heavensward content we've started to have trouble doing stuff at minimum item level, because there's like typically like a 25% HP difference. It's insane. I should repair my gear. Apparently Frontline says no. Give it a bit. That is surprising. Everyone finished their series leveling and their mock tome farming and just completely done, perhaps. Oh, someone died. You don't see that very often. Right, so I'm thinking the plan is we'll do Frontline for the XP, and then, well, assuming that it pops at all, and then we will do the blue mage, the mage role quest line for Endwalker. And then hopefully we will reach level 90 if we haven't already by doing the front line. And then we'll see what we do. Who knows what the time will be by that point. Enjoy your MSQ, Steve. Well, at least it isn't Shatter. I wonder where the nodes are gonna be. Given how deep we are over on this side, it would be very, very prudent for the false start to be over there, of course. Yes, 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 yes. Do we all then just dip to do that? Seems like we do. And we fight blue for it. That makes sense. Thunder! Oh, here's red. In for the sandwich. Nice, I guess. I think I have a UI for this. Great, I do. Oh, they purified. Fair enough. Why are we fighting here? Oh, because there's no nodes. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. We're fighting here because there's nothing else to fight over. Now there's something to fight over. Ow. Well, I certainly did the right choice of randomly shielding myself there, but apparently we're getting sandwiched again. Incredible. Somehow, we managed to hold this node despite not being anywhere near it, because both of the other teams were just fighting so hard over it that neither of them could steal it from us. Hmm. Yeah, finish your combo on my shield. Go for it. Welcome back, Emir. You've been doing some roulettes. I think that is mostly it. This is a really bad place to hang out, I feel. But red is incoming, and red has control of the rest of the map, basically. How does Black Mage work in PvP? It's a little bit complicated, but their ice spell applies a debuff and their fire spell applies a debuff, and they are mutually exclusive, so it's only one of them. Then you have a button that basically detonates the debuff, and the fire debuff applies a mean dot to the target and also does damage up front. The ice one applies a slow, a bind, or a stun, depending on how many stacks, and then does damage. Our group is completely spread all over the place. That's not a safe place to be as a Black Mage, so I'm just going to run. Especially with my full battle high. But the general idea, my recommendation if you're playing Black Mage in Frontline is focus on ice magic, because that can allow others to finish up the kills for you. When you have really high battle high and you have team support, then it's a lot more feasible to just switch to fire magic and just rain damage on them. But it has to be like, if there's other people on the field that can do the crowd controlling part, then you can switch to fire. Otherwise, you're the crowd control guy. I have a feeling that red might be incoming. Maybe not. Thank you. Who's in the party? Well, we have Gazel and Gelano. Just kill through the guard. And fire! Boom! Oh, I hit something over there. It's very scary because it feels like a lot of our team isn't confident that we can do it. And if people start running, then we certainly can't do it. And red has a shrank over on the other side. I'm actually going to die in our base. That's incredible. What does Shadow Flare do? It's Super Flare. It basically detonates all of the things. I can explain it in just a moment. We'll be streaming for a few more hours. So, just to go over how Black Mage works in PvP. Also, we got Paradox. Fire and Blizzard are basically like 1, 2, 3 combos. When you use Fire, it turns into Fire 4, and then it turns into Flare. Blizzard turns into Blizzard 4 and then into Freeze, and they basically do the same damage. Thank you, Gasso. And Blizzard and Blizzard 4 single target, same with Fire and Fire 4. Flare and Freeze has an AoE component attached. And everyone who gets hit by these spells get a stack of Umbral Freeze or Astral Fire. I believe? Astral Warmth. And with the Astral Fire, well, Astral Warmth debuff, Super Flare does one thing, the Umbral Freeze does another thing. For each stack, the effect is, like, improved. So the way Super Flare works is that it basically detonates all of the Astral Warmth and Umbral Freeze stacks you have within 30 yalms. There is, like, a height problem with that, so if you're playing in, like, Unsalaka, it's very important that you pay attention, that you're somewhat on level with the person that you're aiming to use it on, otherwise it just fails, because jank. But it does damage per stack, just up front, and then it applies an effect based on the amount of stacks that it consumes, because it eats the stacks when it's activated. And the Astral Warmth effect is 6, 9, 12 second dot. That pretty much just does 3000 damage per tick every 3 seconds. So it's very much just big damage focus. When you detonate the Umbral Freeze effect, it's a 2-second duration effect of either a heavy, so you run slower, a bind, so you can't move at all, or a stun in form of Deep Freeze, if you got all 3 stacks. The reason why it is like that was originally it was actually a stun that lasted 1, 2, 3 seconds, but that was overpowered, so it was nerfed to 2 seconds and then this effect. So the general game plan is to build up to 3 stacks of something, and then you click boom. And the way to speedrun to detonating is Paradox just maxes out whichever debuff you have on the target. So if you have 1 Umbral Freeze stack, you can go Paradox and then Super Flare to immediately stun them. So you can do that. When you use ethereal manipulation, which, by the way, you can also cast on yourself to just teleport to where you stand, you get swift cast. So you can run up to something, ethereal manipulation yourself, blizzard, paradox, 2 seconds stun, without ever stopping. For the etc. like extra spells, you have burst, which is like an AoE damage around yourself, which also applies a shield to yourself, which is very good to just instant cast around yourself if you need a shield, or just jump to someone because it is one of your strongest attacks, weirdly. Does more damage than Flare and Freeze. Then you have Foul, which is enabled once every time you use your limit break. And then you have Nightwing, which, as far as I know, has actually existed in PvP since before the rework. It's an AoE warning. Like, it applies a debuff for 3 seconds that does nothing. And then when the 3 seconds are up, the targets are put to sleep, which makes them unable to move until they're hit, and if they're hit, they just take bonus damage. It's very good for making people waste their Purify. That is what it's best used for. So like Nightwing, and then you build your ice so that you can stun them properly when they've already purified something that wasn't as significant. And when you use your limit break, it makes it so that your Fire and Blizzard just are turned into Flare and Freeze permanently. They have no cast time, so just instant, and you can use them 6 times. And then it gives you access to Foul once, and it reduces the damage you take for a little bit. Like, it's just good stuff all around. Right, I don't think we have any special gear waiting for us. So the only thing left to do is do the role quest line in Razatan. But Black Mage isn't... The thing is that Black Mage and White Mage, neither of them are particularly broken. They both have weaknesses. It's more so the annoying factor of them, because White Mage has the most unfair crowd control in PvP. That has been nerfed, I believe, 4 times. And Black Mage just has overwhelming damage. Like, it just absolutely insane damage output if you ignore them. Now, role quest line. Ah, my Lady Caetsu, I have awaited your coming. The phenomenon wherein men turn into monsters. It pains to say that Ishgard has not been spared. A dread blasphemy has appeared in the Holy See, and to compound the people's horror, the beast resembles a dragon. It's imperative that it be vanquished without delay, and to that end we have begun assembling a hunting party. Given that fear and despair may turn our allies against us, we're being stringent in whom we choose for this duty. Yet, while we have confidence in the quality of our knights, the mission would greatly benefit from the presence of our battle mage, one who can stand unflinching in the face of our fell quarry. We would be hard-pressed to find an individual who fits that description better than you. Will you not lend us your strength and skill? Very random that they specifically need a battle mage. You can count on me. We are in your debt. Just a moment while I relay the glad tidings to command. It is settled. Upon arriving in Ishgard, please take yourself to the Aetheryte Plaza. Lord R. Toyrell will be there to receive you. May the Fury speed your way. Wasted XP. Is it that bad? About 5%, so it would be like a quarter of a level? We could have done that instead of Frontline, but I don't think we would actually at level, so that's why. And the best I can suggest for figuring out what you want for PvP is just try different things, Ymir. The worst that can happen is that you lose. Oh, Kitsuneko's there. Caetsu, I have been expecting you. Words cannot well express how heartening it is to have you fighting beside us. Allow me to echo that sentiment. Greetings, my friend. Lest you wonder, Lord Artoirel and I are leading the effort to deal with the blasphemy. With your capable self in the fold, I have no doubt that we shall succeed. Steve says, anyone know if the Wolf's Den has an MSQ log, or is it just 35? It's 30, but I believe you have to be at a certain point in the Grand Company. And important for you, Steve, since it sounds like you were playing on a free trial account, you cannot do PvP on a free trial account, even if you can unlock Frontline. You cannot queue for PvP on a free trial account. Without further ado, I shall brief you on the situation. It was a handful of days after the first beasts appeared in Vatsatan. An Ellison man was observed at the hoplon in the pillars, walking with an unsteady gait. All of a sudden, he buckled over as if in pain, and before anyone knew what was happening, he had transformed into a terrible draconic beast. At the mere sight of this, many who chanced to be present also turned, and regrettably, the Temple Knights were forced to put them down. The blasphemy itself, however, took wing and fled. Profane Fafnir, we have chosen to call it, after the Dragon Man of Ishgardian myth. Since that day, the beast has oft been sighted in the skies above Ishgard. It does not attack, only circles menacingly for a time, ere disappearing again. Alas, these brief visitations are enough to cause more people to turn, and for fear and panic to spread further. As part of our investigation, we have sought to identify the man who became the blasphemy, but thus far we have learned naught. We have, however, identified a common thread between those who subsequently turned. All were people of fervent faith, people such as priests and inquisitors. When the truth of our nation's history was laid bare, the legitimacy of the church was called into question. Many Ishgardians struggled to reconcile their revelations with their beliefs, and none more so than the pious. Such men and women, we posit, would be more susceptible to despair, and therefore the transformation. We must find a way to stop it. Ishgard has only just emerged from a 1,000-year war, and we cannot suffer another great tragedy, much less so soon. In order to attain a better understanding of the situation, we intend to speak with a member of the clergy, the sole individual who survived witnessing the blasphemy's birth without being turned. Clem is his name. Clem? And he's a deacon at St. Raymonald's Cathedral. Come, let us seek him out there at once. Well, Steve, I'm pretty sure Kitsuneko would know how to go about that, because Kitsuneko has been doing a lot of MSQ roulette farming. Well, if you just want a mount, the doggo should just be 30, right? So if you just do Praetorium, like, well, you could do Castrum like 4 times. Lord Emric, Lord Artoirel, and the Saviour of Ishgard besides, you do me great honor. I am Clem, and I serve as a deacon here at St. Raymonald's Cathedral. I understand you were among those at the hoplon when the incident occurred. We give thanks to the Fury for your merciful preservation. We now seek to prevent the blasphemy from wreaking further havoc, and would appreciate any details you can provide. Loath though we are to make you recall unpleasant memories, will you not recount to us what you witnessed that day? Very well. We are presently relocating the vault's libraries to the cathedral, in case you were unaware. We have finished delivering the batch of tomes, and we're on our way to bring over another. As we approached the hoplon, we noticed a young man walking unsteadily. No sooner had he come to an abrupt halt than he transformed into a draconic beast. The fiend fixed us with a menacing glare, and it was all we could do to find our wits and flee. But to my compounding horror, my brethren who were with me began turning into monstrosities as well, one after another. Someone said off screen, "Praise the fury that you are, that you at least were spared, Deacon Clem. I cannot imagine how frightening the experience must have been." Bishop Vartinoir. Forgive me if I interrupt. I was informed that our stalwart protectors were present and wished to express my gratitude. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for your service. I pray that we shall soon be free of this scourge. Indeed, if there's aught we might do to aid your efforts, you need but say it. You are most kind, Your Grace. That was Bishop Vartinoir, the head of Saint Raymonauds, the head of Saint Raymonauds, and a member of the synod. The synod? With the seat of the Archbishop vacant, he is, in effect, the highest authority in the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. This is so, yet in spite of his elevated station, he remains as kind and humble a man as any I have ever known. Like His Grace, I would do all that I can to help shepherd our people through this uncertain time. To that end, there is a request I would make of you, if you can spare a moment to consider it. Of course, if it is within our power, we should be glad to offer you aid. Thank you. What a quest. Yeah, so the reason why we talk about Dun Scaith more so than Voidark, Steve, is because Voidark doesn't take like less time than Dun Scaith, even though Dun Scaith gives more reward. That's pretty much the reason. In the wake of the transformations, a group of clergymen fled the city in fear. Yet, though they sought refuge in the wilderness, they put themselves at the mercy of the elements and fell fiends both. Given that the cause of the transformation is not clear, I think theirs was a decidedly unwise decision. I wish to set out and find them, but I am not trained in the ways of war. As such, I require those who are to accompany me in the search. So that is the way of it. Suffice it to say, we will help. Do you know whither your fellows may have headed? Sorry? The Western Highlands, I believe. Between Gogagna Mills and Hemlock. I don't know how to say that. Gogagna Mills and Hemlock. There's no shortage of abandoned dwellings in the area. Very well. Time being of the essence, I propose we split up and scour separate areas. Caetsu, if you could escort the good deacon to Gogagna Mills, Lord Artorial and I will tend to Hemlock. The ways of war. Indeed. The ways of explosions. By the power of Kaboom! Luckily, we can fly now. Gogagna? Gogagna. Gogagna Mills. Thank you, Gilano. Hmm. If I remember correctly, these quest lines take like surprisingly long, so I'm pretty happy that we managed to reach level 90 surprisingly quickly. I'm surprised that we did get that fast, considering how long it has taken to get the levels in the previous streams. You? It me? Ah, I see you found them. Yes, and none the worse for the wear, thank the Fury. My friends, forgive us if we have given cause for alarm. We come out of concern for your well-being. Though we understand why you quit the city, we fear you may have placed yourself at greater risk by coming here. His Grace Bishop Vartinoir, too, worries for your health and prays for your swift return, so please, will you not allow us to escort you to the Holy See? I assure you, you will be much safer there than in this wretched place. Servants of the Fury will never be safe in the city, don't you see? Don't you wholly see? This is your fault. You and your accursed revolution. The people disdain us, mock us behind our backs, and spit in our faces. And now someone is conspiring to transform us into monstrosities, enemies of the church, I'll wager, emboldened by your deeds. So no, I will not go back to Ishgard. I'll sooner freeze to death than suffer your pity. Oops. What? All I have ever done was in service to her. I'm a good man. I do not... She cannot forsake me. Well, you grew big. Alone preserve. Just a moment, Itami. I Holy Spirit and Circle. Caetsu, we cannot allow him to harm any others. Give chase and do what you must. We will remain here and keep the others calm. Itami says, love your videos and streams, but wanted to ask as someone new to tanks and healers, how do you get over the anxiety playing those classes? It can be hard to get over it. The reason why people often get over it, I think, is because they stop worrying about failing. The thing is that you have to fail to succeed often. So my best advice to get like acquainted with the role is you can practice the dungeons in duty support. So you can just go in and do a dungeon with NPCs. So like, I would recommend doing that. Both for healer and tank. The thing is that that will never completely prepare you for playing with other players. But what it will do is it will give you the opportunity to like explore the role before you're put there with other players. And as Gazel says, it is okay to fail. It's also okay to fail after the first. It is okay to make mistakes. The best you can do is try. And if you're afraid that people will judge you for making mistakes, often people are a lot more lenient if you actually lead with saying that it's your first time or you're new to a role. Then they will often be like, oh, okay, well, everyone needs to have their first time failing. The best you can do is just practice. And if you're very afraid, start with duty support, so you can try with NPCs. Then when you feel a little bit like you feel like you might know what you're doing, then you can go and do it with players. But there is not really an easy trick to get over the anxiety in relation to being scared of failing. Like, the only way to get over it is to try. And the thing is, I might not be the best one to ask, given that I learned to tank and heal like 15 years ago, when I was doing like dungeons and content in World of Warcraft. So I don't even remember being afraid of it. Is it done, Caetsu? My thanks. What happened is most regrettable, but we must be grateful that no one else came to harm. While you were gone, the deacon was able to convince the others to return to the city. Whoops, sorry. Let us escort them back at once, and then reconvene the congregation to consider our next course of action. For our purposes, we have the use of the strategy room. Announce yourself to the guard without, and he will show you in. It's good, Itami. Just take your time with it. The thing is that it's a game, so you're meant to have fun. So don't push yourself too hard if it makes it no longer fun, right? Lord Selric and Artorial await you within the strategy room. Will you be joining them now? Yes. Hello. I have arrived on the scene. Lest you wonder, we have taken the clergyman to St. Remenat to rest and recover. If truth be told, the thought that they may still succumb to despair and turn remains at the forefront of my mind. Yet the risk would be greater still were we to keep them at arm's length and deny them the comfort of the church. Indeed, from the words he spoke, that inquisitor yearned for the days of old. He and others like him can scarcely be blamed, since the truth of the nation's founding and the Archbishop's machinations were made public knowledge. The Church has been in turmoil. Though we have made great strides in separating religion and state, there has been far less progress in the reformation of the Church. For our faith has been everything to us, our purpose and our comfort. It is not an easy thing to reconcile one's beliefs with the betrayal of our spiritual leaders. Thus torn between their hearts and minds, many Ishgardians feel lost, and none more so than members of the clergy, whose faith was once unshakable. Little wonder then that the most dedicated and devout are like to turn. So it seems, but further investigation is needed ere we draw a definite conclusion. With the war's end, Ishgard has set out on a new path. The choices we make now shall determine our course for the future. Come what may, we dare not squander the chance we have fought so hard to attain. Once the returned clergymen have sufficiently calmed down, I shall have the deacon speak with them, that we might gain insight into their individual plights. Good. Meanwhile, I shall take the opportunity to brief my men on recent developments. Pray take a moment's rest, my friend. You've earned it. When you're ready to continue our work, you may seek us out here. Oh, a rest, you say? Let's see. I can do a little lap around the table then, Artorial. How is that? Are you ready? Let's go. Ah, Caetsu, your timing could not be better. Deacon Clem has finished speaking with the rescued clergyman, and will be here shortly to share his findings. Lord Aymeric too is on his way. Let us wait for them. Alright then. Just a moment. I think that helped a little bit on the light. Rest. Is that a new raid? It could be. Deacon Clem, we thank you for making the inquiries on our behalf. It was no imposition in the least. As I said, I'm glad to do all I can. So, it is our understanding that those we escorted back were all close acquaintances of the Inquisitor who turned. Like him, they too had been subject to had been the subject of harassment by certain quarters of the populace. Is this correct? It is, I'm afraid. They are far from alone. And they are far from alone. Men of the cloth were once afforded respect and deference as servants of Haloni, but now they are openly reviled by many. We were complicit in perpetuating terrible lies. This is true, but we too were misled. We too were victims, yet we are regarded by some as criminals. Well do I understand the people's anger, but it saddens me to think that they would thus lash out at their fellow man, especially when we need solidarity most of all. Though I can imagine your plight, I would not presume to fully grasp your pain. Will you tell us of the challenges you and yours have had to face since the war's end? Like all sons and daughters of Ishgard, we dreamed of peace in our lifetime, but now that it has come, we find we have little cause to rejoice. Our faith has long been the foundation of our lives, and overnight that foundation has been crippled by fractures, beyond repair for some. To learn that we had been deceived, and that we had unwittingly deceived others in turn, was devastating. We who had once been shepherds to men found ourselves lost lambs, bereft of surety and wanting for guidance. We have languished in darkness, all of us. Yet, I have faith that the Church will redeem itself, that it will find a new path and again become a beacon of hope for the people. I see. Thank you for sharing this with us. Your testimony has confirmed our suspicions. According to our allies, that which causes people to turn is none other than their despair and anguish. If it wasn't before, it is now abundantly clear why members of the clergy are among the transformed. That you did not, I believe, is due to your unwavering faith in the Church. In light of this, we would ask for your continued cooperation. Of course, anything to help my brethren. Now that we have established the cause, that leaves us with the mystery of profane Fafnir's identity. The progenitor of these troubles, could he too have been a man of the cloth? From what I recall of his garb, I doubt it. He was dressed in the common fashion and inadequately against the cold besides. It is said that something of the individual may remain in the blasphemy, influencing its behavior. If we can determine what instincts drive profane Fafnir, we may learn who it once was. And thus, and this knowledge, I believe, will prove vital in our efforts to stop it. Deacon Clem, we ask that you reach out to your fellow clergymen. Please do what you can to ease their anxieties. Understood. As I have ever done, I shall provide what comfort I can to those in need. Meanwhile, we must make it a priority to identify the blasphemy. To that end, I would seek out more eyewitnesses. The Hoplon is a busy place at any given time. Some ordinary citizens are bound to have been present as that tragic event unfolded. I propose we make inquiries in the pillars, if you could attend to the Hoplon. Lord Artoyril and I will look in the surrounding areas. Yay, we made money! It's a hue on hard times. And that is also true, as Steve says. Every item level counts, so if you're finding it very difficult to tank, sometimes getting a little bit better gear can help. No, I didn't see that dragon, nor would I have wished to, frightful as it sounds. They say it wasn't a Dravanian attack, but if not, then what was it? A monster? It was a monster. I wasn't present for the incident at the Hoplon, but a young man poorly dressed for the cold. That I did see. I recall him well because an aide from St. Vaindrios was searching for him. He was a patient at the infirmary and by coincidence had the same name. Weird. The dragon that appeared at the Hoplon? Aye, I saw it with my own eyes. One moment an Ellison, the next a terrible beast. He was a heretic, I take it. Ah, yes. Good old Ishgard, am I right? Ah, he turned into a dragon. Clearly, must be Dravanian attacking us, or a heretic. Only options. Nothing else is a possibility. Whee! Ow. Hey, Emmerich. There you are, Caetsu. Did your search yield any fruit? Not fruit, but something. A patient of the Firmament's infirmary, you say? Among those with whom I spoke, one claims to have witnessed an individual fitting that description, a man walking in a stupor, who did not seem to feel the cold. If he had wandered straight out of the infirmary, it would explain his state of attire. Yes, I dare say we have found our blasphemy, but to think that his name should be Vaindrio. 'Tis the same as that of former Heaven's Ward Commander Sir Vaindrio, the Rougemande, for whom the infirmary is named. Sir Vaindrio, however, retired from his station at a ripe old age some years ago. It's not like to have been him. Tis not like to have been him. In any case, we have a lead. I shall head to the infirmary at once. Pray wait for me in the room. Gilano's over there with her head in her hands because I'm failing all of the French pronunciation of all these Ellison names. Head in her hands. Did I say that? Did I say that right? I'm pretty sure I said that right. You get what I mean. This is Loverick, the aide who was in charge of Vaindrio. Have you found him? Oh, please say you have. We have not, I'm afraid, but we seek to, and hope that you could tell us more about him. May we ask how he came to be at the infirmary? He was found by a patrol in the Central Highlands. After being treated for his hurts, he was brought to us for convalescence. Being in the prime of his years, he had been doing well, but then... Prime of his years? By all accounts, he is no old man. It seems safe to assume it isn't Sir Vaindrio. Oh no, he's definitely a different person, as I told Lord Artoriel. And though he gave his name as Vandrio, he seemed rather confused, and we had no means to confirm his identity. In his state, he shouldn't be wandering about on his own. Please, you must find him. The man who recently turned into a beast at the Hoplon. We regret to say it may have been Vandrio. But what? No. How can this be? Is there aught else you can tell us? Things he may have said or done while in your care? While he was still unconscious, he would often ramble, though most of it was incoherent. He mentioned the Archbishop many times. Oh, and he spoke of a bishop too, Bishop of Artsinoir. I assumed he was a pious man, given this. I see. Thank you for your cooperation. You'll continue our investigation and, should we confirm what became of Vandrio, inform you forthwith. Thank you, Gilano. I appreciate it. It's really hard because specifically it can be very difficult to look up the pronunciation of these kinds of words as well. Specifically because they're like not actually really French words, as you said. Let us return to the congregation for now. Oh, right. I was a little confused, like, why is there not a green thing? That is an unfortunate unfortunate, Steve. Back when Dark Knight could actually... He says the same thing. Back when Dark Knight could use Dark Arts with Abyssal Drain, they had like a slightly weaker version of how Warriors has Bloodwedding now. Not exactly as overpowered, but it was still like a lot of self-healing. Missing out on that? Shame. Very unfortunate. Somewhat recently I dug through like old notes that I had kept. And I found like my notes when I was trying to learn Dark Knight. I had like this whole like little notepad was like writing to myself what each action did and what it was used for, like writing down combos and things like that to learn from back in Stormblood. Pretty funny. I had like even written like some potencies and stuff like that to calculate. The mystery remains, but we are one step closer to identifying the man who became Profane Fafnir. Indeed, though he did not at first appear to be a member of the clergy, his words betray a fervent faith. Now curious that he should speak not only of the Archbishop, but Bishop Vartinoir specifically. Perhaps he was personally acquainted with his grace. In light of the possibility, I believe we should speak with him directly. Agreed. I will request an audience, but his grace has many demands upon his time. It may be a while before we are seen. Should we have other business, pray feel free to attend to them in the meantime. No, I have nothing better to do, Aemric. Azul says, I heard that Dark Arts was similar to Eucratia. Kind of. If I remember correctly, Dark Arts was an ability and not a weapon skill or spell, so you could weave it between your actions, and then a large amount of your weapon skills, spells, and abilities had some sort of interaction with Dark Arts. If I remember correctly, most regular weapon skills just gained like 140 extra potency when used with Dark Arts. And specifically Carve and Spit had one of the most interesting mechanics with it, because it did 100 potency of damage, if I remember correctly, and restored MP if you used it as is. If you used Dark Arts and then Carve and Spit, which was an ability, so in Stormblood of course, it did 450 potency but no MP regen. So the key thing here is that because it gave like over twice the damage value of like that Dark Arts normally would give, you always use Dark Arts on Carve and Spit on cooldown. Other things include the cone AoE called Dark Passenger, which blinded the targets if you use Dark Arts. Shadow Wall didn't have an interaction with Dark Arts as I remember, but Dark Mind did. Dark Mind doubled the magic damage reduction if you used it with Dark Arts. I don't believe Salted Earth had an interaction either. Abyssal Drain was slightly like worse damage per MP compared to Unleash, but only Abyssal Drain had an interaction with Dark Arts. Where if you use Dark Arts with Abyssal Drain, it just also had a healing component. Siphon Strike, Soul Eater, and the Enmity combo as well got around 140 potency from Dark Arts. I believe, if I remember correctly, the final step of the Enmity combo also got an additional Enmity multiplier if you used Dark Arts with it. Ymir says, what did TBN do back in Stormblood? It wasn't that different. TBN cost MP to use, but when the shield broke, instead of giving you a free use of MP ability, it just gave you 50 blood gauge. Just whoop, 50 blood gauge. If I remember correctly, which you of course used on Bloodspiller. A bonbon? What do you mean, Ymir? Caetsu, excellent timing as ever. Deacon Clem has just sent word that Bishop Vartingmar will see us now, by which I mean right this instant. It is extremely short notice, I know, but it would not do to miss the opportunity to learn how he and Vaindrio may be connected. Not wishing to keep his grace waiting, Lord Aymeric is already on his way to St. Ramenor's Cathedral. Come, let us hurry there ourselves. It's actually extra weird, Steve, because back in the day, Rage of Halone was the finisher for your Enmity combo. And in A Realm Reborn, well, at least, let's see, in Stormblood, whoops, wrong one. In Stormblood, your paladins basically only had their Enmity combo until level 54, after which they actually got, well, they had Riot Blade, but it was a two-step combo, and then when you got Goring Blade, you finally got an alternative finisher to your Enmity combo. Meanwhile, Warrior at level 50 was like, Enmity combo, Storm's Path combo, and Main had like a slashing resistance debuff, and Storm's Eye, and Paladin's just over there like, is it fun to have combo options? I've heard it's interesting. My lords, I'm so sorry. I informed His Grace that you were making your way hither, but shortly before you arrived, he recalled that he had urgent business and had to leave the cathedral at once. He cannot have yet gone far, though, so if you wish to search for him in the hopes you can steal a moment of his time. Grant us an audience only to depart with such haste. What business could be so pressing? Steve says Dark Knight and Paladin stances were odd. Well, in Stormblood, so the reason why I know specifically Stormblood was because I started playing the game in Stormblood, but in Stormblood, the thing that made the tank stand out is that Dark Knight had a tank stance and not a stance, which meant that it cost them a GCD to switch into their tank stance, but it didn't cost them one to switch out, because they could just cancel the buff. The tank stance enabled Blood Price, while not being in tank stance allowed them to use Blood Weapon, you know, the one we have today. And the way that worked was it actually gave you like a 20% GCD reduction. Like, imagine just turning into a monk for a moment. And then each weapon skill gave you MP recovery. It was pretty wild. Paladin had two stances, so they had Shield Oath and Sword Oath. Shield Oath was the tank one. And it, you know, did tank things. In Stormblood, it specifically made it so that Holy Spirit gave you like 20 oath gauge for each cast. And then you also got oath gauge for blocking. In Sword Oath, your auto attacks did like basically double damage or something like that. Like, it was pretty wild, but it was the damage stance. It also made it so your auto attacks generated oath gauge like they do today. The way warriors worked was that they also had two stances, but unlike Paladin and Dark Knight, it didn't actually cost them a GCD to switch. They could just switch on a whim. The tank stance allowed them to use Inner Beast, which healed you and gave you 20% damage reduction for 6 seconds, akin to like a short defensive cooldown like those we have today. But that was tank mode only. Damage mode, called Deliverance, as opposed to Defiance, gave you access to Fell Cleave, which did more damage, and was Fell Cleave, so you know. Well now, that even the savior of Ishgard should be here. Your Grace, perhaps 'tis simply our misunderstanding, but we were under the impression that you had granted us an audience. Lord Speaker, rest assured I was just about to return to the cathedral. There is no need, Your Grace. This will not take long. As you may have heard, we are investigating a young man named Vaindrill. Is he known to you? No, I cannot say he is. With the exception of the former Archimandrite, I am sure I know no one by that name. But mine and the archbishops are known to many, yes? Perhaps this youth took inspiration from public services over which we presided. Goodly soul that he is, full glad am I that his faith was of comfort to him in sickness, and I pray to Alone that he will soon be found in good health. Now then, if there was nothing else, I shall return to my duties. He's sounding like a liar, somehow. He sounds like he's hiding something. Fear not, Your Eminence. I shall carry on your legacy. Uh-oh. We've completed the preparations as per your instructions, but are you certain this will work? Take your time, Emir. And thank you, Gambler. It will. It must. Lord Aymeric spoke the truth when he revealed the Archbishop sought primal powers to strengthen the people's faith. I could not bring myself to believe it, not at first, but in the course of cataloguing His Eminence's personal articles, I came upon his journal. Therein he had written that, through abundant ether and fervent prayer, it is possible to make gods of men. All the power we require lies in this place, this Asus La. By channeling the essential elements into the soulless flesh and sword we found, We shall summon forth King Thordan and his knights 12, and by his blessing Ishgard shall be restored to its former glory. Angry, angry priest. Good morning, Timer. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. We got to level 90 with Black Mage already. But what is this? It's just an ordinary man, scarcely changed from before. It's a living man. Maybe not. His Eminence, I must protect. Blap. No, no, this isn't right. Confounded. Perhaps I overlooked something. I must return to the Holy See and review the journal. Your Grace, what shall we do with this thing? Leave it. It is a failure without use or value. The denizens of this place will deal with it soon enough. Oh, nice priest. Really valuing life, I see. Caetsu, are you well? Were you perchance granted a vision of the past? An attempted summoning of King Thordan and his knights 12. Oops. Your Grace, you should know full well that summoning is strictly forbidden. You will accompany us to the congregation and explain yourself. I have dedicated my life to the church, conducted my affairs in accordance with the scriptures, and taught others to do likewise. But you took it all from us, tore down everything that defined us. You cannot know how it feels to have your very existence rejected, to be forsaken by your community, and to be denied by your society. Well, I deny you and this justice. I deny an Ishgard where the church has no place. I refuse to accept it. Do you hear me? I refuse to accept it. So I turn into this. Wham! Well, why am I even here? Seems like you've got this, Aymeric. Your Grace! No! That it should come to violence yet again. Would that your hand had not been forced, my lord. Deacon Clem should not be alone at this time. I shall remain with him while tending to the aftermath. When things have settled, I will return to the congregation. Pray go on ahead and get some rest. You know, Steve, if you feel like it, like if you like just going through the story like slowly, remember that like this Smol Caetsu stream where I play this alt character started all the way back at the start. So like, for example, you can have me doing the voice lines of basically all the characters by like following the stream, like watching the stream series instead. If you'd rather not read it all yourself, that is an option. You just need to find the point in the stream series where you are. I can't remember if it was episode 2 where we reached Culpable Minds or if it was episode 3. I think it might have been 3. Where the entire main quest series, for the most part, is just MSQ stuff and then like Dragoon job quests. How fares the Deacon? Well enough, given the circumstances. Though understandably shaken, he is more determined than ever to help his fellows. Truly, he is possessed of a stout heart. But to think that even a member of the Synod could succumb to despair and turn. The crisis gripping the church is far graver than I had imagined. In pushing for such an abrupt separation of religion and state, we may have exacerbated the growing divide between the clergy and the general populace. Caetsu, will you recount in full that which you witnessed in your vision? That he should seek to use one of Alak's unholy abominations to create a primal. Yet that which manifested was not like the being he fought, but rather retained the form of a man, one driven by the desire to protect the Archbishop. We may safely assume the bishop did not have sufficient ether. Bereft of Nidhogg's eye, the sword of Ascalon no longer has such power. But if the summoning failed, how did the clone come to possess life, and what purpose drives it? Lack of ether notwithstanding, the necessary components were present for summoning. Perhaps the ritual itself was a success, and the vessel, though imperfect, arose as a champion of the Archbishop. Yet, how did he come to be in the Central Highlands? You believe that this clone and the man who became the blasphemy are one and the same? Nay, I merely speculate, yet, considering what we know of the clone and Vaendrio, it would seem a likely possibility. Whatever the truth may be, it will not elude us forever, but first, I must lay some groundwork for the next phase of our investigation. Gods permitting, I will have news to share ere long, so pray look in on us when you can. Castle says, which city did you start in with Smol Caetsu? We started in Gridania as a lancer. Steve also says, took me a very long time to get over WoW FOMO brain. I mean, when I started in Stormblood, I was skipping most story, like just skipping through cutscenes. I didn't get like back into the story until like some point in Heavensward, and even then, I was still like going pretty fast. But for me, it was more that, you know how MMOs are. The content these days are at max level in most MMOs, so I thought I need to get to max level to get to the content somehow. Caetsu, you are ever a sight for sore eyes. Sore eyes, specifically. Ill tidings, my friends. I dispatched the Temple Knights to find the clergyman who aided in Bishop Vartinwar's summoning attempt. Regrettably, when confronted, all turned and had to be put down. Without their accounts, how then to ascertain that the clone and Vaindrew are the same individual? Maintaining the assumption that they are, perhaps we should instead consider how Vaindrew may have found his way to Curthus. According to Caetsu's vision, he was abandoned as Isla, but what did he do afterwards? Then there is but one way to ascertain the truth. We follow his trail. I shall go and search for the clone in Asisla. If he is still there, then we are dealing with a different individual. A splendid idea. We leave the floating continent in your capable hands. Meanwhile, Caetsu and I shall retrace Vaindrew's steps whence he first appeared. Upon being found in the Central Highlands, he was taken to Camp Dragonhead. Let us begin by making inquiries there. To Dragonhead. Look, it's Theo Ballin. Hey, are you ballin'? I'm Theo Ballin. Investigating the stranger we found, are you? I wasn't involved myself, so I can't tell you much about the fellow. But in case it is of interest, earlier the same day I caught sight of an airship flying dangerously low. It soon disappeared into the brewing snowstorm, looking none too steady. The exchange with Theo Ballin has told you about an airship flying low. Well now, if it isn't the late Lord Horshvan's dear friend, is there something you require? Ah yes, the mystery man. I was among those who tended him. He was not attired for the snow, much less the snowstorm in which he had been caught, and was suffering from frostbite. When people are extremely cold, they may mistakenly feel that they are warm and disrobe. That might explain his state of undress. Your exchange with Nine has told you about Vaindrew's state when he was found. You can see in the party chat there's a discussion about getting stuff from the near raid. If you want anything from the near alliance raids, like now's the best time to queue for it. The queue time should be way shorter because of mock tomes. Apparently Smol Kai has like 50 of them. But yeah, because of them, the queue time is much shorter. So if you want something from there, go do it. Like, start farming today, not tomorrow. Ah, 'tis ever an honor to receive you. What brings you to our humble camp this morn? An injured man who was found out in the wilds? Yes, I know the one. I was with the patrol that chanced into him north of here at Providence Point. He was unconscious and in a bad way, and we hurriedly bore him back to camp. After doing what we could for him, we sent him on to the city. The exchange with Yale has told you about where Vaindrew was found. There you are. Were you able to learn aught of interest? This, and this. A mysterious man found collapsed after an airship was seen flying low. Yes, the accounts I heard are consistent with yours. I, for one, am curious about the fate of this unknown airship. To that end, I have arranged a pair of black chocobos for us, the more efficiently to scour the area. We shall contain our search to Providence Point, where Vaindrew is said to have been found. If you're ready, then let us be off. Why is mine smaller, Aimric? Did you specifically find a tiny black chocobo for me? Like, look at this. But yeah, not necessarily that so the reason why I'm saying farm near now is not because, oh, you can double dip, you can both get mock tomes and stuff. It's more so other people doing it for mock tomes. Nothing so far. Let us continue northeast. I have heard some people use the Chocobo keep like at the first few levels because it's a lot cheaper than teleporting. But once you have enough money to afford teleporting, there's not really any point to using the Chocobo keep. Aside from the fun of it, of course. Well, we've found our boy. Our dragony boy. By the Fury, it's the blasphemy. His Eminence must protect His Eminence. Hey, Inzila. Hope you're doing well. Nate Coco. Hope you're doing well. You should eat something at least first, before you sleep. Ah, you're finally awake. Helone be praised. How are you feeling? Strong enough to speak? Can you tell me your name? Kisaneko says, is this Heavensward or post-Heavensward? This is Endwalker stuff. It just so happens to be situated in Heavensward. My name is Severin. No. Haribert? Or was it Velguin? Paulocrane? So many names swirling in my mind, and voices that reject them. Is there none they will accept? Are you all right? Vaindrew. My name is Vaindrew. Well now, that's the same as our infirmary. I dare say fate guided you to us. So Vaindrew, if you're feeling up to a little conversation, can you tell me about yourself? Anything else you remember? Anything at all? Beep. A proud son of House Zemail, nay, a devout servant of Haloni, who lives for the rush of battle, the pleasure in inflicting pain, the attentions of maidens, to fight beside my brother in arms. If I remember correctly, he's like just like a mishmash of all the Knights of the 12, because there wasn't enough either to become like to make all of them. It's just like there's one body here. Attention of maidens, indeed. Sir, you are maidenless. It is the Mage role quest, yeah, Steve. A lowborn runt, whose every effort went unrewarded, whose very name disqualified him from ever leading the Temple Knights. But His Eminence raised me up, granted me a place at his side. From that day forth, I pledged my soul to service, pledged my very being, my life to be offered up in defense of his. I am a knight of the Heavens Ward, sworn to protect and serve the Archbishop. Huh? Oh, you're a knight. Forgive me if that sounds rude, but I had no idea, and while I realize your memories may be a bit muddled, I'm afraid I must inform you that the Heavens Ward have not been seen in quite some time and are presumed dead, and the Archbishop, well, he is most certainly no longer of this world. Exactly, Intela. Oops. But the important thing is that you're safe now, and we'll help you get back on your feet. Speaking of which, let me bring some food and water. You must be absolutely famished. The Archbishop? Dead? No. No, this cannot be. How can I still be alive when he's not? I must find him. Time to stumble. On an empty stomach. And in small clothes almost. It'll be fine. Good point, HK. I always wonder what the NPC thinks when there is a whole inner monologue and the other person just stares blankly for half an hour. It's extra good if you just kind of leave your PC or your console and come back 20 minutes later, so the cutscene has just stayed there for 30 minutes. Kaetsu. For the glory of King Thordan. Not Garlemald, this time at least. I'm gonna paradox you. It's a dragon. A dragon. Another vision, I take it. Let us make for Ishgard. I expect that Lord Artoriel will soon return, if he has not already, and we should both be glad to hear your tale. Garleans are bald. Garlebald. Well, to be fair, this time we had a specific case of... Oh, thank you. We come back to our senses and stuff actually happened. I feel like they've done that more since Shadowbringers, especially that if we get a flashback situation, it's just, oh, by the way, it's not like the world stopped while you were away. People had to protect you, idiot. Hey, Artoriel. Don't mind me. Just trying to be a little bit at your height. Ah, Kaetsu, I pray your search was more productive than mine own. You could say that. Everyone is here. Excellent. So, were you able to find out Clone in Azazla? Nay, naught but the discarded Ascalon remained. How fared you with your own efforts in the Central Highlands? In the course of retracing Vaindrio's steps, we came upon the wreck of the Soleil. I suspect he found the vessel abandoned in Azazla and tried to use it to return to Ishgard. That is pretty impressive. But he crashed en route and was subsequently rescued by a patrol from Camp Dragonhead. So it would seem. And the Archbishop's airship was not the only thing we found. Profane Fafnir was there too. The creature chose to flee, but not before Kaetsu had a vision of Vaindrio's past. Go on, my friend, share with us what you witnessed. All the pieces fit, and it is as you surmised, my lord. Vainrio and the clone are one and the same, and in his despair he turned into the blasphemy. Yet, the confusion he exhibited when asked his name, it's as if he wasn't sure of his own identity. According to the Scions, primals retain the memories of their previous incarnations. From this, it may be assumed that the clone harbors the memories of all those who became King Thordan and his Knights 12. Though he struggled to reconcile these conflicting memories, he managed to settle on the name Vainrio. The voices within were clearly in agreement when facing Caetsu, the mere sight of whom drove the blasphemy to flee. Above all, however, they share in the desire to protect the Archbishop. This desire was seared into Vainrio's very being, and when he learned that he no longer had a purpose, the Heavens' War took up arms against us and Ishgard. By their hand were we robbed of one of our finest knights and a dear friend. Even so, I would not wish such a terrible fate upon them. The selfsame fate inflicted upon full many clergymen, and a fate I fear ordinary citizens will succumb to if we fail to act. The people will not soon forget the betrayal of our church's leadership, nor should they. But absent the comfort and stability once afforded to them by the institution, many have become lost and are all too vulnerable to despair. The people don't have to forget, but they need to move forward. I thought as much myself, my friend, but to hear you say it as well. Indeed, when the ground upon which we stand crumbles, we must find strength to move forward, even should it cause us pain to do so. Lord Artoyril, at the next house session, I shall call for an ecumenical council to be held. My lord, such a gathering is reserved for... Oh, you intend for the church to codify new doctrine? Since the separation of religion and state, we have refrained from interfering in church affairs. But if the church is to remain a part of Ishgardian society and continue serving the people, it must reconsider its role and formally address recent revelations. I would call for this council not as the Lord Speaker, but as a humble adherent of the faith. Long had I considered whether such measures were necessary, but lacked the courage to set them in motion. I now have it, thanks to you. I shall tend to the necessary preparations at once. Among other things, we must reach out to those of the clergy who are amenable to reform. I ask for your patience in the meantime. Welcome back, Emir. But yeah, Steve, if you wanted to speedrun the MSQ, you can do it quite fast. I believe the speedrun record of reaching the credits after Porto de Comana is like less than a day. And that is of course mashing through everything. Just change some religion, like some English king. I know, right? Caetsu. Owing to Lord Aymric's swift action, I'm pleased to say that the ecumenical council will soon be held. Yeah, HK, I believe that was Wrath Games. And I think it was just their first go. In case you're unaware, the council is the highest assembly in the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. Its purpose to deliberate and decide upon doctrine. The previous one was held no less than 80 years ago, and 4 archbishops have since come and gone. As such, Most of the Ishgardians know little of it save that which they have read in the historical records. Traditionally, the Archbishop and members of the Synod would meet behind closed doors. In light of Bishop Warzenwar's fate, however, this time the doors will be thrown open to the public. Indeed, for the first time in history, all men and women of the faith may have a hand in shaping the mission and the teachings of the Church. It is my hope that you will also join us in this endeavor. Deacon Clem, allow me to express our gratitude for your efforts in facilitating the council. We appreciate the difficulty of your position. I merely heed my conscience and my faith, my lord. Acting in Bishop Warzenwar's stead, I shall do all within my power to see that the Church may serve the people once more. Where's the Lord Speaker, if I may ask? He stepped outside for a moment, saying that he wished to gather his thoughts ahead of the council. The hour draws nigh, however. Is there a specific reason why you're forced to pick Lalafell? For that, Steve. Caetsu, I shall proceed to the vault with the good deacon. In the meantime, may I ask you to find Lord Emmerich? He should be at the last vigil, I believe. Oh, more mind. That makes sense. If I remember correctly, the speedrun isn't actually using White Mage. Because if you were to use White Mage, that would require you to do optional side quests known as job quests. I'm pretty sure they did it with just Conjurer to save time, like optimally. Emir, if you're referencing how... so, just to be clear, I'm talking about the speed run to to the first credit, so Porta de Cumana. Not 2.55, just 2.0. I could imagine with 2.55 there would be a lot of variance. Oh, 'tis you, my friend. Is it time already? I see. My apologies for making you come and fetch me. I've been thinking, Caetsu, on the path I've chosen to walk, and on those who have been left behind as a consequence of my actions. Those who died fighting, those burdened with boundless grief, those deprived of position and purpose. Like any nation, Ishgard is made up of disparate souls with disparate beliefs. Without an enemy to unite us, we recall the differences we once set aside out of necessity and find amongst our old friends new ideological foes. The future I had envisioned is far more difficult to secure than I ever imagined. What must I do for our people to live in harmony, for our nation to move forward as one? Such questions I have been pondering. We should begin making our way to the council. Shall we continue our conversation while we walk? Turns 180. Ready? Then let us be off. If it is agreeable, I would like to look on Fortem's manor. So here's a funny story regarding that, Steve. I've landed in the level 85 dungeon in Vanaspati with a rogue. Everyone in the party noticed it immediately and asked, like, why are you a rogue? And the way the rogue themselves reacted was basically, huh, yeah, I am apparently a rogue. and then just didn't add anything to it. For the remainder of the dungeon, they basically just worked with a 1-2-3 combo. The weirdest part was that they would use actions like Bloodbath. They would use them as if they were damage cooldowns, like they would line it up so that they used them for big damage situations, so to speak. But not when they needed healing. Like, I have no idea what was happening. I think the entire group was so dumbfounded by how weird that was that we just completed the dungeon slower because we were like a DPS down. It was so weird. Chains up, better bloodbath. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, from my perspective regarding the speedrun strats, for like speedrunning 2.0, back when people started doing it, duty support wasn't really an option. I feel like nowadays the only respectful way to actually do the speedrun would be to do it with duty support. And that would also be the most fair way to do it, because otherwise, I mean, you could cheese it. Like, you know how, like, I can, like, when we do Frontline, I can be like, when the clock strikes this, we queue Frontline, and then we land in the same match. You could do that. Like, when the clock strikes this, we all queue Tasha, and then you just randomly have 3, like, pumpers speedrunning the dungeon for you. Even though you're a conjurer, and so on and so forth. So the most respectful way to do the speedrun nowadays, where you have duty support, is duty support only. In my opinion, I haven't done the speedrun, and I'm not really in that community, so I can say what I want. It's not like I have a big say in it, but I would say that it's the most fair way to do it. That way you can't cheat in any way. Like, it's duty support only. It feels like another age that you and yours were no more than foreign wards of House Vortons. And in actual fact, it may be considered so. For your coming set in motion a chain of events that brought an end to the Dragonsong War, ushering in a new age of harmony. You paved the way for meaningful change in our nation, and for that you shall ever have my gratitude. Now then, shall we continue on to the architects? $50 likes on the stream, and Guy will make a Final Fantasy XIV speedrun stream from a Realm Reborn to Endwalker. You know, I wouldn't do it like that. I might try it, but I would probably have to do it in parts. And the best I would be able to do is be like, when we finish Endwalker, I would be like /playtime and say that's how long it took. King Thornton and his Knights 12, the murderers of Ratatoskr. Since the truth of their ancient crime came to light, many have demanded that these images be torn down. Yet, though what our founding fathers did was wrong, neither is it right to simply expunge them and their deeds from history. To do so would be to deny our people's part in what followed for 1,000 years. We have the chance to forge a new future, but we, as a nation, must decide how we will confront our past. Forgive me, I was lost in thought yet again. Let us join Deacon Clem at the vault. Mm-hmm. 24/7 speedrun with clock and all. Well, would not be in a single sitting. I've heard of speedruns where there's like a rule where you're allowed to pause the timer once to sleep because it's so long. Something like that. There you are, my friends. The council is about to convene. Let us take our place in the audience hall. Esteemed members of the clergy and honored adherents of the faith, I thank you all for your attendance. In recent days, our nation has been racked by a series of tragedies. Those among us who do Haloni's work have been transformed into abominations. This dreadful phenomenon has been brought about by the final days, and it is upon our despair and anguish that it feeds. Thus, if we are to prevent further tragedy, we must strive to ensure that all Ishgardians, clergymen and citizens alike, abide with peace and love for one another in their hearts. To that end, have I called this ecumenical council, the first in generations, that we might together determine a path forward for the Church and our society as a whole. Since antiquity, the Ishgardian Orthodox Church served the people in two respects: as the Fury's spear to strike at the heart of dragonkind, and as the Fury's shield to safeguard the souls of men. But now that we are at peace with the Divanians, the Church need no longer serve as the spear, and so we must now reconsider how we might better serve as a shield for our brethren. The hierarchy must be reformed, and for that we need accountability. The upper echelon must be stripped of rank at a minimum, and investigations conducted, trials held, if the evidence is sufficiently damning. Then we may turn our attention to their doctrine of lies. As our predecessors did before us, we of the Synod have ever sought to interpret the scriptures to the best of our ability, and thence conveyed Haloni's will to the people. Such fervent pursuit of retribution at the expense of doctrine would come also at the expense of our faith. Have we won the war to lose our souls? Oh, Haloni, are we outside your grace? Uh-oh. This bodes ill. At this rate, someone might turn. Since the war's end, the Church and the faithful have stood at a crossroads, unable to take the next step forward. His Grace Bishop Vartenoir, may he walk in Haloni's halls, was one such soul, and in his longing for simpler times, he resorted to using forbidden magics. He succumbed to despair. In our minds, we renounce the lies upon which our nation was built, but in our hearts, we yearn for the righteousness, misguided though it was, that gave us comfort and purpose for so long. So let us not forget who we were. Let us confront the mistakes of the past and learn from them, that we do not repeat the mistakes of our forefathers. As fervently as we believed in our sacred duty, we struggle to accept the Church's deception and embrace change. The legacy of thought and way is heavy, and there is the temptation to simply cast it aside like a mantle that suits us no longer. Yet, that would dishonor the sacrifice of those who went before, countless souls who served the people with purest intent, and so, heavy though it may be, let us together bear this burden as we set forth anew. Our friend Caetsu, that's me, risked life and limb to reveal the truth to us, the truth that our legends and our scripture were tainted by betrayal, but not wholly corrupted. That's me. Though the great walls and towering spires of our city may have been built with murder and deception, they rest upon a foundation immutable and true, our devotion to Halone, whom we have worshipped since before our forefathers settled these lands. The Church is a font of practical wisdom, and its teachings guide us in our daily lives. Such things define our faith no less than the lies. We can acknowledge our sins without renouncing our religion. Aye, and without rejecting who we are. A comprehensive review of scripture as well as historical literature will be necessary. Revisions, as appropriate, must be made to ensure that the truth of our past is preserved for future generations. With your peerless knowledge and church doctrine, I dare say none is better suited to leading that effort than you. I also expect that many eyes will be required to pore over all the tomes, and I know many idle men and women of faith who would jump at the chance to do Halone's work once more. That day so very long ago, I had no answer to my father's words, but it seems the people had it within them all along. You have a good point there, Emir. Just you pay for the whole seat, but you're only gonna need the edge. Who needs like a the backside of the chair? Like I'll make do with. Can I sit on this? I'll make do with this. You can get rid of all of that. The council went better than I had dared hope. Truly, while the details remained to be decided, it was a resounding success. Your words helped everyone to find common ground. I know not how to thank you. Much credit must go to Caetsu. In the face of great hardship, never did she hesitate to press on, and our people have not forgotten this. Yes. Thank me. Indeed. Well do I remember the day you flew into Ishgard upon a dragon's back. In making possible the impossible, you inspired us all. In you we glimpsed the fury, a vision of courage in the face of uncertainty. Looking to your example, we shall endeavor to bring about change to the Church, for the future of all Ishgardians. There will, of course, still be those souls who struggle to rise above the mire of despair, but my fellows and I shall be there to take their hand in faith and love. But what is faith if not salvation? Well, I had best return to the cathedral. We have much and more to do. But ere I forget, I've tracked down that which you requested. Some repairs will be necessary, but it will be seen to with all haste. Cut the music! I tasked the deacon with finding a certain item, you see. A secret weapon, one might say. Given what we know of profane Fafnir, I suspect it will be of great use in our hunt. Once the repairs are complete, we shall be ready to strike. With the Church having reached an accord with the people, the risk of more clergymen turning is greatly diminished. We may now focus entirely on the blasphemy. It is time we freed Vaindrill from his torment. Rest while you can, Caetsu, for I dare say the coming battle will demand the best of us. Glad tidings, Caetsu. Since the ecumenical council, not a single soul has turned. Saving that knowledge, we need only think of how to hunt down the blasphemy. Ah, Caetsu, you're here too. Excellent. I'm pleased to say that the secret weapon is ready. We may now look to dealing with profane Fafnir. Cut the music! As you will recall, when last we encountered it, it was lying in wait by the Soleil. An instinct driven by its inherited memories, I believe. It seeks to protect that which it most strongly associates with the Archbishop. In all likelihood, it was this self-same motive that compelled it to come to the Holy See. From the skies above, it keeps watch over the Holy Vault. When next it descends, we shall exploit this instinct by using the secret weapon to lure it to the chancel. What exactly is this secret weapon? It is none other than the Fury's Grace, the holy crozier of the Archbishop. Suspecting that Bishop Vartinoir had retrieved it from Azizla, I had Deacon Clem search his private quarters. My suspicions proved correct. With the crozier in hand, I shall make an irresistible bait for profane Fafnir. My lord, that is an unconscionable risk. There's no telling how the blasphemy will react. Indeed, but we can be confident that I will command his undivided attention, thus ensuring that no more of our citizens are placed in harm's way. The Heaven's Ward are the Archbishop's shield, then the Temple Knights are the people's. As leader of the Order, the risk is mine to bear. All the Knights of the Heaven's Ward fell in Azizla. As a vessel for their memories, Vaindro may be considered the last of their number. Let us go then, and relieve him of his, nay, their duty. Let us see to our preparations and proceed to the vault. We finish this once and for all. That's the spirit, Aymeric. Indeed, he is a tank. He chose the paladin life. He should bring a shield. Oh, I see I will have to leave party for this. Oh. If you're ready, then let us set forth. You need but say the word. Yeah, it's fine. I was checking my item level. The beast has come. Now is our chance. Sickness must be purged. Make ready. To me, my knights. To me, my knights. For the glory of King Thordan. No, you are not he. A trick. It's a trick, correct? You want to see another trick? Whoop! Now the staff is gone. Forgive me, Sir Vangier, but for the sake of all Ishgardians, we must strike you down. Oh no, you didn't say that!
It ends here. You underestimate me.
And I overestimate the time I had. Just dropped my buffs. Or dropped my Astral's Fire, more like. Go. Don't get closer to me, Artoira. Actually get angry. Don't mess with my Astral Fire state.
Do not underestimate me.
Coming over to you guys. Do not underestimate me. Ow.
We must stand our ground.
Bruh. Right on my ley lines. I was using those, you know?
You underestimate me.
So that is, I just realized this is actually a DPS check.
I will not falter.
Oh. No! Woo! Just barely saved my stance. Holy hail!
This knight does not yield.
For some reason I recall this being a lot harder. So I was like, oh, not super feeling doing it on Black Mage. I feel like I remember doing it with a job that had a little bit more flexibility in what they can do. But this is pretty good. Probably not item level, given that I originally did this quest right at the start of Endwalker, give or take. Given that my first job to level 90 was Summoner. Finally, it is over. Yeah, exactly, Amy. I found it a lot harder as well. I at least remember it being a lot harder. Thus ends the tale of the Heavensward. Let it not be forgotten. It was wrong of them to conceal the truth of our nation's founding, to abet the Archbishop in his machinations. Yet, in peering into their hearts, one thing became clear. They too had succumbed to primal manipulation. They too were victims. Flawed men, aye, and not without sin, but Ishgardians brave and true, as we all aspire to be. Having triumphed in the battle of ideals, I have a responsibility to all our people. Their hopes and dreams, their sorrow and suffering are mine to bear, and bear them I shall. For had you not vanquished King Thordan, or had I erred in but one of my choices, I may well have been the first to succumb to despair, to be reborn of blasphemy. You wouldn't have turned. Not you. Thank you, my friend, for having such confidence in me. My apologies. It was not mine intent to wax sentimental. Our work here is done. Let us return to the congregation. Well, the thing is, Steve, that the average damage of Summoner is perfectly fine. It's not that much below Black Mage. So my guess is that the reason why I found it more difficult and more intimidating was because when I did it on my Summoner, you know, with Summoner and Red Mage, you have some support tools, so you feel like it's your own problem to keep yourself alive. Whereas with Black Mage, the only thing you can do is just blindfold. I can't even see the party list. If I die, I guess. And just go for it. And then you discover that when the group drops low enough, one of them just casts Super Medica too. So it's fine. Steve says, I feel like we need something to grind. 2 trials, a 24-man variant and criterion, and some story isn't going to hold us till Dawn Trail, and people are already starting to feel the content drought. Beast Tamer would be perfect. Here, go grind a new limited job and get some pet spells. Who knows? Who knows? The thing is that it's not like we had a lot more to work with in the previous expansion. And technically, you are forgetting that they gave us a new deep dungeon in Endwalker, Eureka Orthos. That should count as well, even though people aren't doing it very much. Also, thank you, Gelano. But who knows? They did mention that Beast Tamer, or Beast Master rather, would be a good fit for a limited job. And then nothing. For years, I'm pretty sure. Who knows? Caetsu, permit me to offer my gratitude for helping us to overcome not only the blasphemy, but the despair which spawned it. But this is only the beginning. On the face of it, we may have made tremendous strides in breaking down ancient barriers within our society, but there yet remain great rifts to be bridged. It's no easy thing to rise above a lifetime of preconceptions and prejudice. I myself have struggled to do so, as you must know. But I shan't give up. On the honor of my house, I will do everything in my power to build a new Ishgard, one in which all people can see eye to eye, regardless of birth and station. Now then, I believe the Deacon has some words for you too. Pray lend him an ear. Alright, next. My Lady Caetsu, may I say how... Well, that makes me sound a lot older, doesn't it? May I say how glad I am that you are safe and well. Just before you arrived, Lord Aymeric explained to me the true nature of the man who became the blasphemy. The poor, confused creature was born of the Church's mistakes, and on behalf of the clergy, I give you my heartfelt thanks for laying it to rest. As we work to reform our institutions and rebuild our relationship with the people, we will remember and pray for all those who have fallen in service to the faith. And we shall pray for you as well. Wheresoever your path may lead, may the Fury ever watch over and keep you. I shall leave it at that then. Lord Aymeric wishes to speak, and 'twould not do to keep him waiting. He is the Lord Speaker after all. He's the speakingest of them all. Caetsu, Lord Artoriel, I thank you for the vital roles you played in ridding us of profane Fafnir. As ever, the sight of you in combat was nothing short of inspiring. With no further reported instances of people turning and the blasphemy itself no more, I should like to believe we are free of the scourge of despair. My brethren and I shall labor to see that it ever remains so by fighting to dispel the darkness in men's hearts. And I shall fight with you, not only as the Speaker of the House of Lords, or the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, but as a man of faith in our God and in our people. Together, let us strive to fill our nation with hope. Caetsu, by now you will be sick unto death of being thanked, but I must nonetheless express an additional word of gratitude. Full oft have you saved our nation, our people. I speak not only of our lives, but our hearts and minds as well. You have given us a great gift, that of opportunity and choice, and if we are to repay you for it, we as a nation must take full advantage of our freedom to dictate a new course forward into a brighter future. What forward means, we may not always agree upon, but as fellow Ishgardians, we shall find a way to rise above our differences and stand united. That is the nation that I will strive to build. This I swear to you. Caetsu, given all that you have done for us, I am loath to impose further, but may I trouble you to bear word of our success to our officer in Razatan. We will of course be sending our report, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. Our allies would benefit from the additional details you can provide as well. Well, thanks again, my friend, and may the Fury speed your way. Anyway, bye! Hello, Guardian Delegate. Ah, my Lady Kaitsu. By your return, dare I hope that the hunt for the blasphemy was a success? Yeah, sure. Something like that. That you would vanquish the beast comes as little surprise, but that this occasion would serve as impetus for the Church to embark upon a path of reform is incredible. I'll share these joyous tidings with our allies without delay. If I may speak candidly, I must confess to being a great admirer of yours. When you have a moment, I should like to hear about some of your adventures, if you would do me the honor. For the present, however, in my official capacity as the Guardian Delegate, I offer you my humblest thanks for your immeasurable service to our nation. You can now dye the job-specific gear for level 90 magical range DPS. Yoo-hoo! Which means that we can do this. This. It's a big hat. How does this look normally? Sure, we could do that one too. And we can dye it. Excellent. So like this. Oh, Gazel's here. Ta-da! Well, isn't that incredible? I just took a check on the healer vote, and we still have even match on Astrologian and Sage. I'll think of what we do next. In the meantime, I will be right back. No, he turned into a marketable plushie. Alright, Steve, enjoy. This is the Watcher. It's a manatee. He turned into a marketable plushie. That's really good. More PvP. I don't know. So it's pretty clear that the vote is between Sage and Astrologian. So I originally said that if I wasn't sure what it was going to be, I would level Arcanist so that we had access to Scholar, but the thing is that it's not going to be Scholar based on the vote. So what we could do is either pick up Astrologian or Sage right now. Ask the chat. We could do that. We could have a double vote and have a vote on whether it's Astrologian or Sage we're going with, and then go with that as the final vote. We could do that. That was weird. The poll kind of fades in and out for me. It's doing the same for me, Kitsuneko. I don't know what's happening. I think YouTube's having so interesting stuff. I'm not ending it. If you haven't voted yet, just, you know, try and catch it when it appears. It seems to be fading in and out of existence. It's working. It is working, but it seems to have trouble staying in the realm of the living. And it's not entirely sure what whether it can remember the votes. It's going a little crazy. Well, it does appear that the vote here is a landslide for Astrologian. You know, I think that makes sense. Astrologian actually has a good argument there. Also, I will say that it's kind of weird, but YouTube isn't actually always completely honest with how many people are actually watching a stream. So we can't be sure there's 7 people watching, so that's why I always give it a moment extra. Yeah, it does seem to be a landslide victory for Astrologian. And that makes sense, because one of the original arguments for why we went with Dragoon and stuck with Dragoon, because the thing is, as we got closer to level 70, originally, we started to talk about, maybe we should like pick up Reaper, for example. That would be interesting. And ultimately we didn't because Dragoon is going to be reworked. So this might be the one chance to like experience Dragoon as it is in Endwalker through the MSQ like that. Astrologian's getting reworked in the same way, so it kind of makes sense to use the same argument there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to pick up Astrologian and start on that for a little bit. And then, if the vote, the member vote on Astrologian and Sage suddenly flips to be like, oh, actually it was like a major win for Sage, then we can look into that. But given that it's pretty even right now, I would have had to like make like the judgment call at the end of the day anyway. Yeah, exactly, James. I could see 9 as well. I just ended the vote, YouTube. You can rest now. I understand you're having a really hard time both holding on and letting go on this particular subject. I understand. We're living in tough times. You can be in the party if you like. If you want to queue for stuff, you can also do that. Just to be clear, it's not going to be that we just start over and power level Astrologian in the same way as we did with Black Mage. I think the way we're going to go about it is that we will do, like, start unlocking side content like raids and trials and stuff like that. But when we like reach a wait a minute. When we reach like an ending of some sort, we might level Astrologian a little bit on the side. Which means that this is the perfect time to pick that up. Greetings and welcome to the Athenaeum Astrologicum. Perhaps you were drawn by fate to this place of learning, or perhaps you wish to know more of fate itself. Do you wish to know more of fate? Yes. Then you were wise to come hither, for in the stars are written the fates of every woman and man on Heidelin. It was there in the stars that I read a woman who would call upon the Athenaeum this very day, a woman who would play an important role in my own life. Ah, but my apologies. Even the most skilled reader cannot scry a name from the heavens. Would you be so kind as to give me yours, so that I might know who is to be my newest protege? Give Janek Quinard your name and become his protege? No. Nah. Caetsu. Well, I was not expecting that, but what is a name but an attempt by our begetters to wield power over the lives of their sons and daughters? Lives whose paths have already been foretold. In a sense, that is. My name is Janek Quinard de Durendare, and I am an astrologian for the Holy See. Remember that name, for it shall echo forevermore in the annals of Ishgardian history. Well, it will once I put it there. Once we put it there. Now, where to begin? I suppose I could consult my divining deck for an answer, but that would be too easy now, wouldn't it? Very well. At the beginning it is. Astrology, or the reading of the stars, is a branch of astrological science which originated in distant Charlian. There have been astrologians in Ishgard for thousands of years, but it wasn't until 3 centuries ago when Adonal the Younger learned that the movement of the stars could also be used to foresee the movements of the Dravanian horde that the field became popular. Since then, what was once a single science has bifurcated into 2 similar, yet ultimately different schools of learning. The Charlian school of astrology and the Ishgardian school, the former placing a focus on the Charlian school of astrology and the Ishgardian school, the former placing a focus on tapping celestial ether and transforming it into beneficial magics, or astromancy. The latter specializing solely in determining the actions of our dragon enemies to the north. I'm a student of the former, the only student of the former here in Ishgard, and have been actively seeking a partner with whom to conduct my research. Let us just say that my fellow astrologians here have been less than approving of my path, but that is simply because they are afraid of what they do not know. Once they do know of how Sharlayan astrology can benefit the sea and its soldiers, they will feel foolish for ever having doubted me. Us. You will be joining me, will you not? Walking the path that has been laid out before you, instead of stubbornly denying your fate, postponing the inevitable. I see you wasted no time making your decision. Like I always say, the stars are never wrong. Alas, even a lifetime of study and training cannot unlock all the secrets written in those stars. Myself, I have been a student of the astromantic arts for more summers than I can count, and I still often misread the signs shown to me in the skies. Though my readings are far more accurate now than they were when I attended the Athenaeum in Sharlayan. Not the Sharlayan, mind you, the colony that once thrived in the Devonian hinterlands. I can recall my time there like it was but yesterday. The first 6 moons I was not even allowed to touch the deck of 60, let alone conduct a reading with the Major Arcana. Most of my time was spent in the scriptorium transcribing old tomes on astrological fundamentals such as the 6 elemental houses, divine duplicity, class triplicity, house modality and polarity, dignity versus detriment. I abhorred the task and would tirelessly pester my instructors as to... Can you relax with the casting, guys? Can you relax? I abhorred the task and would tirelessly pester my instructors as to when I might actually be granted the opportunity to weave a spell or perform a reading. It wasn't until the end of the 6th moon that I realized all that transcribing had prepared me with the essentials I would need to do those very things. The positions of the celestial bodies within the 6 elemental houses, and their relations to the major and minor arcana of this deck of 60. Therein lie the secrets to tapping the ethereal power locked in the heavens. And soon, you too will become privy to these secrets. But not this day. No. I would not have you transcribe musty old tomes, like I was once forced to do. No, the task I have for you is much more interesting. You see, I am expecting the arrival of a very important guest. My old mentor from the studium has agreed to make the journey from the old world to Ishgard and speak with the Holy See regarding the implementation of Sharlayan astrological techniques in city-state defense. Alas, the professor and his party are now fully 7 days late in arriving, and I've begun to worry for their safety. I should be much obliged, therefore, if you would inquire of the other astrologians here at the Athenaeum if they have heard aught. It's alright, guys. It's totally fine. It's just a little overwhelming. Pretty funny, he says. So, they're a week late? I've only started to worry that maybe there's a problem here. Maybe. Why would Lord Janiquinat think I had information in the whereabouts of a handful of unbelievers from across the blood-brine sea? I'm an astrologian, not a fortune teller. I cannot simply look to the stars and scry the location of the Viscount's guests, unless his guests are dragons, that is. I suppose if anyone knew aught, it would be the observatorium. We here at the Athenaeum are but students dedicated to research. Those with any influence in our field are assigned to the astroscope. Let me guess. The good Lord Janiquinat said he saw you in a vision, and that the stars told him that you were to study Sharlayan astrology with him. Am I close? You must be the 100th of his little pets to pester me this week alone. I harbor no ill will toward ignorant unbelievers unlucky enough to find themselves caught up in talk of stars and fortunes, but you may tell that sorry excuse for an astrologian for the umpteenth time that I've heard naught concerning his imaginary friends from faraway Sharlayan. Just do not tell the Viscount I called him a sorry excuse for an astrologian, alright? Janiquinard is still waiting for word on his missing Sharlians instead of actually making an effort to find them, is he? Of course he is. Is it any wonder that in the nearly 15 years since he's returned from Sharlian, his skill in astromancy has remained unchanged? Any wonder that he has never yet managed to convince a single peer of the value of the Sharlian school? He's a privileged little sprat, not to be confused with a brat, who spends more time gazing at the stars in young maiden's eyes than actually trying to read the ones above his head. Alright. You tell the poor man I just returned from the observatorium and one night at the communal feasting hall happened to overhear Chief Astrologian Voldemort speaking with one of his aides regarding Sharlian. He was visibly upset, and I wasn't about to risk my career over something I care little about, so I merely put my head down and ate my beet soup. But that is all I know, and you did not hear it from me. Well, Janiquinard, aren't you popular? Master Voldemort, and I thought this day could not get any worse. Huh? Oh, no, I'm not suggesting that meeting you in any way has been unfortunate. It is just, it may not be in our best interests to be seen together as of yet. There are certain people in the sea who do not approve of my studies. Couple that with the fact that you're an outsider and an unbeliever, and, well, people may come to the wrong conclusions. We must act with caution until we can prove that our intentions are just and for the good of all Ishgard. So I must ask you to travel to the observatorium alone and meet me there. Still not an astrologian, by the way. Oh, you're teleporting somewhere else? That's fair. And, excuse me, coming through. Excuse me. Didn't you just say we shouldn't go together? Now, Caetsu, allow me to apologize again for not accompanying you here. As for our business with the Chief Astrologian, you may leave the talking to me. Ah, Janiquinard, I might have known it would be you. Who else would be so indecent as to drag an outsider into this holy place of observation? You have always had an unhealthy obsession with the foreign. This is why you are as worthless to the Athenaeum now as you were when you returned from that heathen city a decade and a half since. But the stars, they can serve us in other ways than merely revealing when the Horde will attack. Their powers can be tapped, the ether within can be used for... The ether should be left be. Has history told you naught about the folly of the Nimians? The Andapori? The Mai? Marquis? Mine uncle, the Sharlians have been wielding astromancy for ages without disrupting ethereal balance. This power, combined with the Ishgardian astrology, could be what is needed to turn the tide of this 1000-year conflict which has already ended. Moreover, I have reason to believe that our masters at the Vault agree, as they've given me their blessing to continue my research. I did not come to trade barbs with you, Nuncle. Nuncle? Let us save that for another time. I'm here because it has come to my attention that you may have information as to the whereabouts of Professor Mace and his party from Sharlian. For someone who says he is not here to trade barbs, you've been quite generous in your dealing of them today. If it means you will leave and allow me to return to my work, then I'd be more than happy to let you know what information found its way to my desk just yesterday morn. Serpent Reaver sightings and foul weather prevented the professor's ship from entering the Strait of Myrtle. where they would have made their way up the Maiden and into Curtis. After detouring around the south of Vilbrand, they finally disembarked at Vesper Bay, where they took the land road along the Royal Allegan Sunway to the Black Shroud. It is there, it seems, they lost their way. A lost Astrologian. Ha! It is as my morning reading predicted. Dalamud was in detriment in the House of the Spire while ascending over the ecliptic. Caetsu, you must journey to the Black Shroud and assist Professor Maze. Allow me to introduce you to Quimperane. He is my personal manservant and shall accompany you. I am a manservant. He is not one for conversation, but his sword arm is amongst the best in all the pillars. He should see you safe if any danger were to befall you, and something tells me danger lurks on the horizon. He has a silly hat. It is a pleasure to serve you, my lady. I shall make haste to Quarrymill and await you there. What a long quest. Just to become an astrologian. So much work. Hey, Quimperane. Quimperane. Milady, I have questioned the residents of this hamlet and learned that a party of queerly dressed outsiders passed through not but a bell ago. It should not prove overly difficult to find them now, but before we begin, might I ask a moment of your time? I would not dare utter aught ill of my master, but his recent fixation with finding a protege, I believe it ill-considered. This passion, however pure, has left him with more than one enemy within the astrological community. Lord Voldemort has seen to this. I fear not only for how his name might be sullied, but for his life. I beg of you, pray do not drag him any further down into this quagmire. Let him quietly dabble in his dream, but let it remain at that. A dream. No good will come of encouraging him. It will only hurt the Viscount and his family. You must remember that while I serve Lord Janiquidad, it is his uncle, the Count, who employs me. Now, as for the task at hand, I suggest we find the wayward travelers and hurry back to our respective hearths. I shall lead. Might I ask you to take the rear and see that none might take us unawares? Going in Palace of the Dead with 4 astrologians? That certainly doesn't sound like making it harder than it has to be. Hello there! These are the Sharlians we seek, and it appears they have found themselves some trouble. Unhand my grandfather. Just want to pause for a second to point out that these bandits are staring down the savior of the world. Ah, feisty. We'll fetch a fine price for that one from the pleasure barge captains. The soul has spoken. Grab the old man. These wizard types carry on them all manner of begemmed baubles and golden trinkets. Up. I'll toss you to the snakes. You want to see the old man again? You leave us the girl. Try anything, and he's dead. Wait!
Grandfather's soul crystal. Why would he leave it here, surrendering any power he might have had to free himself from those bandits? Unless you were the one he saw in his reading before we left the old world. But that was more than a moon ago. My grandfather scried from the cards that he would serve as the bridge for countless souls to be passed to another. Might you be that other?
I'm a black mage. These men of the forests are careless. Tracking them will be no difficult feat. I shall follow and strike before they have time to regroup in numbers.
The stars have spoken and laid their path not before you, but before the adventurer here.
Stop. I don't want you to mess with fate. Fate decided something else, so you can't. You're not allowed. That's how it works.
You must take the soul of the Astrologian and place it near your heart. Listen to the tales of those who walked before you, and know their journeys as you do your own. As for the tools you require and the knowledge needed to wield them, I, Neviva, shall see to those matters. You saw there was no fear in my grandfather's eyes when the bandits took him. This is because he has seen you come to his rescue. Our lives were written in the stars long before we trod upon this land. It is not by chance that you stand here today with the soul of the Astrologian in your hand. It is fate. Weirdly, you had to save the entire world and then become an Astrologian. In the past, somehow.
Oh, we at least had equipment of some sort. Grab you. You go here? Nah. Here. On draw, am I right? Yeah, I think this should do. I think we'll pick up gear when we pass through the city again.
Now, listen carefully, for we haven't much time. The star globe which you hold is both your sword and shield.
It's neither. I'm pretty sure that card is the sword and nothing is my shield.
It will grant you strength as well as protection, but most important of all, it will grant you insight into the current location of the stars, enabling you to channel the heavens ether into your body for use in all manner of magics. The better attuned you become with the heavens and their malefic and benefic bodies, the better that ether might be manipulated to bring succor or pain. But as you already know, the star globe is not the only tool an astromancer has at her disposal. Yes, the arcana, or more specifically, the 6 major arcana play a defining role in what type of astrologian you will become, does it now? Any layman will tell you that the cards can predict a man's future. This is both true and untrue. It is not the future that a card predicts, but the card influencing the man so that a certain future becomes more attainable. Seeking to tell a man's fortune, you draw a card from your deck. Upon Reading the card, you scry that the man will be victorious in a coming battle. What is it that brings this man his victory but either tapped from one of the lower 6 heavens, granting the man strength, make it all that much easier for him to overcome his enemy? Of course, what card is drawn is linked directly to a target's destiny, as well as yours. Are you the one who will see this man to fortune, or will you lead him to downfall? It all depends on your reading. Normally, I would not dare cover so much in a first lesson, but it is my grandfather who has placed his life in your hands, and I'm not about to watch him have his throat slit because you cannot tell the face of an arcana from its back. We have 2 seemingly capable soldiers here to take the brunt of the bandit's blows. Allow them to carve a trail of carnage while you convince the stars to nudge the 2 in a direction favorable to my kin. I understand this must be a lot to digest, but if you are ever to become a capable astrologian, which you have to become, you must believe in the path laid out before you, and in your power to read it, follow it, and ultimately control it. Take some time to acclimate yourself to your new abilities, and let me know when you are ready to begin. Wow, we have all the abilities. Well, I brought a lot of astrologians. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to bring any of you. I see in your eyes that you're ready. Whether that actually makes you ready or not, only time will tell. Time, unfortunately, is something we no longer have in abundance. Let us take to the shadows and find out where these bandits are holding my grandfather. May the stars be our guide. He's not a good tank. Huh? Why are you a glowy boy? This is a card from my grandfather's deck. He's leaving us a trail to follow. The balance. Wow. That's not what the balance does, but sure, whatever. Oh, you're following me, just extremely far behind. Fair enough. Are we duty support or what's going on here? I'm not the one who's supposed to pull Quimberain. There's a card. And there's a card. Excuse me, excuse me. Just grabbing this. Nice. A refresh on the buff duration. Very good. Ow. Yeah, exactly, guys. Well, back in the day, the bowl was basically Rampart. Just as a random card.
Oh wait, that one is a healer. Just get rid of them first. And that is a black mage. Something that is quite funny is that basically all mobs, like old style, like A Realm Reborn mobs and Heavensward mobs that use attacks like Venomous Bite and Wind Bite, their Venomous Bites and Wind Bites have been updated to have the full 45-second duration. Probably not because like they were changed, but just because they just use the exact attack that the archer gets. The leader didn't even bring a healer. Why? The leader is apparently an arcanist. Yes, absolutely an arcanist. They just used virus. And miasma. Wow. That is some old school stuff here. That is a very late time to choose to summon something, my friend. Over halfway through the battle, it's like, oh right, my summon. I was not told there would be 2 Astrologians. Enough of this. Technically, there was always 2 Astrologians. Given that the granddaughter and the grandfather were 2 Astrologians, right? I am Quimberain, in the employ of Lord Janequinard. I am sent to escort you back to Ishgard. Are you unhurt, my lord? Janequinard, you say? And where is my former student? His constant pestering is one of the reasons I agreed to make the long trip from the old world.
I see none but Quimberain and this adventurer.
I too have seen no other. Just like you didn't see those bandits until their knives were up our asses, but that is of no matter. It was all as the stars had foretold.
Aye.
Yes, I saw this adventurer long before even setting foot on this accursed continent when the Arcana whispered and told me I would find a worthy successor for my soul crystal.
And having witnessed how she eased into a new role, but mere moments after taking up the crystal, globe and deck.
Yes, I knew at once my reading was true, and that this adventurer was the astrologian I had been seeking. But now, let us see if she has the potential for greatness within her. Let's go over here and figure that one out. Look to the skies, Caetsu, and there you will see 6 stars aglow in pale yellow. This is the pole. This constellation is thought to be the gate to the first heaven, the heaven which holds the World Tree. Planted by the matron and nurtured by the keeper, the World Tree is the source from which all life is said to have sprung.
Thank you, James. Enjoy your work. The trunk of the world tree or the bowl grants strength to the weak, allowing them to stand firm in the face of adversity. And you would have been able to do that, except they reworked how the cards work. Ah, yes. The classic. As you can see, here, 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 and here, it's basically a tree, right? Like, it's basically a tree. Like, you just draw like this, like there, and then back here again, and down there, and then here. Like, it practically draws itself. You have now opened that gate, and its power is yours to command. A solid bowl represents a solid foundation. It is not coincidence that this very constellation has risen to mid-heaven at this very moment. The moment of a new astrologian's birth. And to think I saw all of this a moon ago. It seems I'm a better reader of fates than I thought. Ha 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 ha. But I jest. It has been a long journey, with more than its share of unexpected excitement. I'm an old man, and one does not need a deck of arcana to see that my weary legs will not carry me much longer. Let us make haste to Ishgard, so I may give that ungrateful Janiquinat a proper upbraiding. Oh, I have, Ymir. It's very funny. You know, I have a feeling that maybe this might be part of the reason why, like, this might be some of the benefit we might see from the Astrologian rework. Imagine if they reworked it so that, like, your level 30 action, after you do this quest, like, you have like an extra level 30 action that is actually the bowl, and it's like a defensive cooldown of some sort, and then as you go through this quest line, you get the 6 other cards in some way, so that it makes more sense than, well, what it does right now, right? We could fix it. It could become good again. It could make sense again. Zach says, I never knew that you can level summoner and scholar at the same time. You didn't? Or did you just discover it recently? How do you mean? Sorry? Janiquinat, 15 summers passed, and still the flippant clod I lost half of my hair tutoring, sending an adventurer to find the man you summoned halfway across Heidelin. Always taking the easy route, and you wonder why you still haven't been able to open the second Heaven's Gate. Allow me to explain, Professor. You see, I was waiting here in case you made it to Ishgard before my manservant and Caetsu could locate you. Think of the confusion had you arrived here only to find the Athenaeum empty. Wait. How did you know I haven't opened all the gates? My grandfather is the greatest astrologian in all Sharlayan. There's naught he doesn't know unless he doesn't wish to know it. You, of all people, should know that. Perhaps I was hasty in my decision to remain here and see to your training. Train me? Yo, but what of Professor Mace? Isn't that why he made the journey? My grandfather has already completed his task. He simply came to Ishgard out of courtesy to an old pupil, one who it appears he wasted years on. But wasted? But what are you implying, my lady? My dear Leveva, you still do not see it, do you? Without Janiquinat stumbling into my tutelage nearly 2 decades past, he never would have taken this adventurer under his wing and sent her to us in his stead. It was all as the stars had planned. Your soul crystal, Professor, this adventure has stolen your soul of the Astrologian. Ha ha ha, ever the unobservant, Jenny. If this adventurer had stolen my crystal, Neveva would have read up some terrible fate for the lass. No. Caetsu is my successor, something I mistakenly thought you might be. But even I cannot see every future, it seems.
But do not despair. I have not given up on you completely. Despite your failings, you have tried your best to promote the Charlian school of astrology here, in this den of fools who fail to see aught and all beyond the Dragon Star. I wish to see you continue that fight, and that is why I've bade Leviva to remain here and further your and this adventurer's training. I see. This is all rather overwhelming. Might I have some time to consider your words?
No. You either continue your training with me and your protégé, or you crawl back to obscurity. I shall give you both several turns of the sun to study the basics of Charlian astrology. It should not be so hard for you, Jeanette, considering you've had a substantial head start. Once you've committed the basics to memory, then return here. In the meantime, I will be traveling Eorzea, searching for locations where Caetsu and you will unlock the remaining Heaven's Gates.
But you were only recently set upon by bandits. Perhaps traveling alone so soon is unwise.
Don't you think I know that? That is why you will be lending me the services of your able manservant, Quimperane.
I will? I mean, I will. Yes, of course, Lady Leviva. Anything for the granddaughter of Charlian's finest professor of astrology. Quimperane, you heard the lady? Quimperane is like, yes! Yes!
Very good. I shall see my grandfather to the airship landing now, but rest assured that if you neglect your studies, I will know.
Level 35. Right. Oh, right, sorry, I didn't even do it. I didn't even consider to rejoin the group. My bad. Who ended up being the leader, by the way? Castle says, but people will complain about messing up their GCD again. I mean, you don't have to get the you don't have to give back the arrow specifically like that. Like, they could do it differently. They could make it so that the arrow is specifically a card for yourself. That makes you attack faster, a bit like Presence of Mind. Like, they could do that. I don't know what they want to do specifically, but like, they could do that just as an example. Let me just check something. I feel like I've put away some equipment. Or maybe not. Maybe not here. Did I just toss my caster gear? Oh wait, I don't have the healer gear, of course. Or what? Wait, isn't that the same? No, I'm mildly confused. It's not that I need the whole set, but I would like the gloves and boots. Let me see if I can remember where it is. Don't think it's this. Oh.
Isn't it this NPC where you rebuy it? Specifically, the Disciple of Magic outfit is the same. The ones you get from the smith. I just can't remember where you pick it up again. If you accidentally get rid of it. Maybe I have to talk with the smith again? Apparently you have to do it again to be given it again. It's fine. It's fine. What could we do? I have an idea. I'll figure that out at another time. I'll probably just buy some gear, but what we could do is we could take a picture for the next stream, and I have a pretty good idea of what I think we will do for the next stream. And any one of you that wants to be in the picture, you can come along. We are going out here. I talked with the Aetherite and went with, I believe, the east exit? It might be dangerous to travel around here as an Astrologian, just so you know, at level 30. Yeah, you can exit cities through the Aetherite if you found all of the ether shards in the city.
Thank you for checking, Gelano. Thank you for checking, Secret Agent Gelano. I appreciate it. Oh, you're coming to me, then I'll just park here. Yeah, I think we're like slowly rounding up the stream. I don't think we have enough time to like do anything. So if there's anything you would like to talk about before we finish the stream, this would actually be a great time to do that. If you want to be in the picture, you may want to come closer to Smol Kai. If you'd rather not be in the picture, you can also do that. Do an emote as you like. You can also do an expression if you like. You just have to do it once. And G-Pose will remember. You just have to do the emote once, and then if you want to do an expression, you do that once. After the emote, then G-Pose will remember. Just don't start doing anything else. I'll just do a ready check before I do the G-Pose. I just barely missed the stop I wanted on my own character. Why did you stop smiling right at that moment? Well, that is ominous. No minions. This could work. Sure. Something like that? Very heroic, isn't it? Right. In that case, I'll find my way to an inn. I think Foundation is fine. We're going this way. It also gives you all a free teleport back to a city instead of me just leaving you out in the middle of nowhere.
Boing. Hmm. Mm-hmm. It just looks, her face just looks mildly weird without glasses. It's so strange. Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised that we managed to get to get Black Mage to level 90 within only like 3 hours. I mean, shouldn't be too surprising. We got it like a level per hour. She's blind. Well, I can't. As you know, the less vision a Black Mage has, the stronger they are. That's why they have an eye patch. Don't look this up. Trust me. My source is trust me, bro. But yeah, that meant we had plenty of time to get the Mage role quest done, and then we even managed to unlock Astrologian. If it should be the case that by the time next week rolls around, our member vote says that it's actually far more a victory for Sage, then maybe I'll do something else. But now we have Astrologian unlocked, which seems to be one adventure of its own. Let me see what we do. Yeah. I think. Well, we have a little bit of stream left. If there's anything you would like to talk about, you have my attention. Not that you wouldn't have it otherwise, of course. See, Zach says, it's on my character sheet, and I'm like, I haven't touched my summoner. Yeah, so the way that summoner and scholar works is a little weird. I've heard that part of the reason why they haven't done any significant attempt to like split them, given how different they've become over the years, is because something deep in the code has basically tied them together, and it's not worth the effort to try and figure that one out. So the level of scholar and summoner is just equal to arcanist. Just plain and simple. So it doesn't matter which one you level, they'll always be the same level. For good or bad, when you're leveling up in A Realm Reborn, it's basically free. You can use mostly the same gear for both jobs, so it's completely fine, right? The only thing you need is a new book, if anything. But once you start moving past that and you stop seeing mind on the summoner gear or on the mage gear, and you start seeing like separate healer gear and mage DPS gear, it starts getting a lot more tedious to keep them both up to date. Part of the reason why I even had the capacity to do both when I was playing through Endwalker was simply because I had pretty good gear on both already, and you know, you don't need full best in slot. Umia says, what race do you play in Baldur's Gate 3? I believe so. The playthrough that I've gotten the furthest in with Sip, I believe my character is a half wood elf. In my private playthrough, just on my own, I'm playing. I think that is actually also a half wood elf, but I'm not entirely sure. Now that I think about it.
And I have a third playthrough where Greensville is also involved alongside Zip, and there I'm playing a halfling. But the core difference here is that for the two elves, I went with something I thought looked nice. For the one where I'm playing a halfling, it was flat out just optimization reasons. I wanted to play a stealthy character, so I chose the one that has advantage on stealth rolls. No other reason. Yeah, elf. I believe the one that I'm playing on my own, I think it's a wood elf. I'm not 100% sure, but the key thing is that it is a a dragon heritage sorcerer, so she has scales. She looks a lot more like my main in Final Fantasy XIV. I think I have sent a picture on Discord. Not 100% sure. And Coco, he's your Zip now. Right. I actually also have had a playthrough as a tiefling. But I didn't get very far. Anyway, if you did enjoy this stream and you'd like to see more of the wonderful people that you've met in the chat, there is a Discord community server that I also mentioned earlier in the stream, where you will find all these people. You will also find the weekly schedule. We'll see what's coming up on the coming week. That usually gets updated on Sundays or Mondays. And you will also find the announcement channel where you can see whenever I plan a new video, a new stream, whatever it is. That is usually where it shows up first. So if you feel like YouTube's notifications when you smack the bell and all that is kind of failing you, or maybe you've even followed on Twitter or whatever it is, and it's not like reminding you on time, Discord server, I will say it when stuff is announced, and you can find it there. You can even grab a role to get tagged whenever I do something, so that you get the notification as early as possible. If you did enjoy the stream, I would appreciate it very much if you left a like on the stream itself in the YouTube stuff. That helps me very much because it lets YouTube know that this was a great stream and others should see it. Thank you in advance. I don't have much else, but what I can say is that next week, as somewhat usual, we will start Tuesday with tea time. So if you're interested in me reviewing some of your Final Fantasy XIV gameplay, then if you come into the Discord server, there's a specific room to leave like a link to a clip that you've recorded. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't even have to be high quality. We'll make do with what we have. But if you leave a clip of yours or a friend whose consent you have, I will probably try and review it and see if I can give you some advice, or maybe we all can learn something from a clip of yours on Tuesday when we have the tea time. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have. Something like that. Yeah. Thank you all so much for watching, and good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. And with that, all we have left is to say goodnight to Smol Kai, who has a very strict 11 o'clock sleep time, as you can see right here. Oh, she has to hurry to bed. Good night, Smol Kai. Good night. And bye-bye.